Software testing is a technique for determining whether the actual software product is error-free. And if the idea of software testing intrigues you, you are at the right place. This video on software testing serves your learning need just right. This course teaches all aspects of testing software including white box testing, black box testing, functional testing, non-functional testing, load or performance testing, etc. This course is also industry relevant since we will be explaining everything with practical understanding and implementation using Selenium and PyTest. This course will help you become a pro in software testing and can be your best learning support to start your journey as a software tester. So let's not waste even a second and get started with the course. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoyed this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions and I will respond to your comments.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this course of software testing. I will talk about all the concepts and details that are related to software testing. At the end of this course, you will be able to understand what a software testing is, starting from the very basics of it to the advanced concepts of testing a complete software using PyTest or Selenium. So let me first tell you what all I'm going to discuss in this video. I'll be talking about what is testing, different categories or classification of testing. Going ahead, we'll talk about the different types of testings as well. For example, white box testing techniques, black box testing techniques, functional testing, non-functional testing, not just the definition or the idea of it, but also what are the different functional testing types, what are the different non-functional testing types will be discussed in this video. Going ahead, we'll talk about some other very famous testing strategies that are implemented on a software will be also discussed. Going ahead, we'll talk about testing using Selenium as well as testing using PyTest. And also you'll be able to understand a small project of testing with respect to PyTest. So let's get started with the video.
Okay, now let me make you understand what is testing and let's understand what is happening in this particular topic. See, testing can be defined as performing verification and validation of the software product. That's what I told you in the previous particular topic. So when you're working with your software product, right? When you have created your software product, after that you have to test it, right? What all things you will test here? You will test two things, verification and validation. Verification means we are verifying whether all the stuffs in your particular product or in your particular project or in your particular software product, everything is working fine or not. Is there any bug issue? Is there any error? Those things. Validation means the things which is working right, you try it with trial and error method. You try to do multiple logins with check if you're doing 1,000 logins, whether it is impact or not. That is validation. You're validating that your particular software product can support multiple users or billion or million users. Okay, these two things are very much important when you are doing testing. And second is validation. Okay, for its correctness and accuracy of working. Software testing is to identify errors in order to reveal and spot it. Okay, now there are two types of testing. One is hardware testing and one is software testing. Software testing means that already you have some tools, okay, some software tools to test your product. Okay, so we already have some software use to test our product. What you have to do? So in that software, there will be a button in which you have to put your product. You put all the files of your product. Okay, and then just press one button. That particular software will automatically let you know that what all errors and what all bugs are there in this particular product. That is called as software testing, also called as manual testing. So in manual testing, what happens? The human being or the developer or the tester actually tests it by his own, which is also nothing but trial and error method. So suppose if you're opening Great Learning Academy page, okay, you open it, you do some 1,000 logins on your own, you sit and do it. When you're sitting and do it manually, that is what is manual testing. Okay, so software testing is something which you do it using the software tools, which is already available. Manual testing is something which the tester is doing by sitting and doing and checking the errors by his own. Okay, by looking at the product. So these are the two testing which we have in software testing. Now, there is one thing which I need to tell you, which is what is the difference between a developer and a tester. Okay, so if you go to an MNC or if you go to a company, if you're a beginner or a fresher and you are in your engineering field and you're looking out for job opportunities, you are going for an MNC, they'll give you two opportunities. One will be the developer, one will be the tester. Now everybody says that go for developer. Obviously, because there's a lot of money, there's a lot of knowledge gain. Many things are there in this field, developer field. But there are some amount of people who also are willing to go to tester field. What is the reason? Okay. The reason here is the knowledge which you will gain in testing field is not the same knowledge which you are gaining in developer. Now understand, if you're a developer, you have to do the testing work also. Okay. So if you're a developer, you have to do the testing work. Sometimes the the current organization in which you're working on, the manager will tell you to please test your product. So you are doing the testing work also. You have to use some softwares and tools to test your particular product. So a developer is a tester also. He has to test his particular product also. But a tester will never do the developer work. A tester will never do the developer work. Tester work is to just test whatever developer has developed. So tester will just test whatever product has been given by the developer. Tester will test it. If the error is there, all the errors will be listed, it will be documented, and that particular list will be sent to developer again. The developer has to again work on it and he has to again resend it to the tester. The tester will again check some errors and again send it back. The process goes on. It's really more important to understand why do we need testing, right? So the very correct, very normal reasons of why do we need testing is to save time as well as cost. So obviously, if you are testing manually or automatic, if you're doing it using software or you are using tools or technologies, obviously it will save time, okay, and it will save cost. How it will save cost, let me tell you. Suppose a small organization is there, okay, let's say a startup. What these startup companies do, they hire developers, okay, they don't hire any testers, and the developers will only test them. So the cost is minimal now here because startup companies are not hiring testers. How much they are paying the developers, with via the developers only they are doing the testing. Okay, when you talk about MNCs, when you talk about bigger companies like Amazon or Accenture, Infosys, right? In these, what happens? In MNCs, they hire developers and testers, both. Developer will do the development part and tester will do the testing part. Okay. Now, how many developers you need? Suppose the company has hired 12 developers. The amount of testers will be less. Okay. Because what tester has to do? Tester has to just test that particular whatever development developer has done, whatever product he has designed. So understand that for 12 developers, how much paying is there, and for 6 testers, how much paying will be there. So it saves time and as well as cost for the company. to provide best quality product without taking so much time and money. So money is not getting wasted, time is not getting wasted when you have testers and you're providing the best quality product. How come we are getting the best quality product? Because we have testers. Testers are doing our work. Testers are testing it now and then, again and again, so that the final result will be a best quality product. To find defects or bugs or errors which may get created by the programmer. Programmer is nothing but the developer only while developing the software. To gain confidence in and providing information about the level of the quality. Suppose you have designed a product, okay? Now what is the quality of this product? This product quality can't be described by the developer because developer has designed this particular product. The developer has designed this product. He will say that this product is very good because I have designed it. But if you will give it to some other person or some other public people, okay, some other random people, then when he will use this product, he will tell you the real feedback. He'll give the real feedback that what he has observed when he has used this product. That is why company hires testers. Testers will test this particular product which they have never seen, and they will give a real feedback when they will work with this particular software. So the point is to gain confidence in and providing information about the level of quality. Next is to prevent defects. That is very normal pointer. To make sure that the end result meet the business and user requirement. Very, very important point here. So when a product comes in, right, the product comes in or the client requirement comes in with a list of items, okay, list of all the things which client wants. If you are not filling the requirement or if you are not filling the need of the client, then obviously your company will not get paid and also your product will not be purchased, right? So business and user requirement, that means whatever the client requirements are there, those all things should be fulfilled. If it is not getting fulfilled, tester will reject that product. Why tester will reject it? Because tester will be matching the requirements which needs to be fulfilled. If it is not matching, if the product is not matching the requirement, if the product is really bad at it or it is not working fine, the tester can reject that particular product. He will say to the developers that you have to create again or you have to fix this problem because the client requirement is that. Okay, so that is why we need testing. These are the pointers, very good pointers you should understand now. So I hope now you get an idea like what is the difference between these things.
Now let us talk about software testing lifecycle. So software testing lifecycle is nothing but collection of all those activities which are carried out in order to test a given software. So there are different activities, different phases of a software testing lifecycle, but all these phases depends on the organization also. Some organization might follow only 4 steps where 1 or 2 steps will be combined, or some organization might follow 6 steps where 1 step is divided into 2 set of activities. But overall, the software testing lifecycle consists of these phases or these activities which I'm going to discuss here. So the first phase is requirement analysis. In requirement analysis phase, the requirements are gathered with respect to testing for the software. For example, what are the modules which will be tested? Is there the feasibility of testing those modules? So these kind of questions are answered and these kind of analysis is done in requirement analysis phase. Outcome or exit of document for this phase is the different requirement analysis documents. Okay? Analysis documents. Now, it is important to understand here, and it is a very important interview question also, that what are the different entry documents for every phases of software testing lifecycle? Meaning, what is a prerequisite for a given phase and what is the outcome of that phase is important here to understand. Okay. Moving ahead to the next phase, that is your test planning. In test planning, the requirement analysis which is done, or you can say the feasibility analysis, feasibility analysis document. These are the outcomes of requirement analysis phase. Is the entry point for test planning phase. And in test planning, the managers, the team leads, they sit and decide how the complete process of testing will go ahead. That is, they also do the effort estimation, the cost estimation that will be required for the successful delivery of the complete testing process. So this is your test planning phase. Then comes is your test development. Now, what will be the outcome of the test planning? So outcome of test planning is your plan document. Okay, plan documents like effort estimation document, right? Effort estimation document. Similarly, coming to the next phase now, that is your test development. In test development, the test cases are written, the test scripts are written, and we also create the test data here. And this is all done in test development. So the outcome of test development is basically your test scripts, right? Test data and any testing documents, or you can say test cases. So all these are the outcomes of test development phase. Coming to the next phase, that is your test execution. In test execution, all these test scripts and test data which has been collected will be executed. So each and every test cases which was designed in the test development phase will be executed over here. And this is your test execution phase of software testing lifecycle. Fine. The outcome of test execution is the report, the execution report, or you can say the defect report. Fine. Now, many organizations follows that after test execution, we got the defect report and all, we can go to the test closure phase. But some organization follows these two steps as well. The next one is test reporting. Now, test reporting meaning whatever defects you have encountered, whatever bugs you have found out in the testing process has to be reported, right, to the development team. So this is also one phase of software testing lifecycle, that is test reporting. And if suppose there is bugs and defects which is being fixed by the development team, and once it is fixed, then again you have to retest those things, right? And that is also called as regression testing. We'll see that in the coming video. Once those bugs and defects are fixed, the retesting of the defect is done, and that is your next phase of software testing lifecycle. Okay, so once the defects are retested and the software is good to go, we come to the phase of test closure, or directly also after test reporting. If there is no defects to be fixed or bugs to be fixed, everything is good to go, then directly from test reporting, we can go to test closure phase, right? And in test closure, what happens is that again, the complete team who has designed the test cases, who has worked on the planning and execution and requirement analysis part of software testing, all the team member will sit together and try to find out how the complete process went, what was the bottlenecks that came up, how it can be encountered and taken care in the further project. So all these kind of discussions happens in the last phase, that is your test closure. The outcome of test closure is the closure documents, right? If that is basically the reports, okay? In test reporting also, the different kinds of reports are the outcomes for this phase, right? So this is the complete phase or different activities that are carried out in software testing lifecycle.
Now let's understand what are the documentation. What is documentation in testing? Let's first suppose that there's a, you are in one company, okay? You are in one company and there is another company. Now this company is having a requirement from your company, okay? That this is A, this is B. It's a software product to be developed by a company A, that is your company, okay? So what you will do, you will start creating that particular product. All the STLC life cycle you will do developing, testing, everything. You have done everything, okay? Now you have sent back that software product to this company B. Fine. That software final software product you have sent, right? He found some errors, okay? Now when he found some errors, then he comes back to company A and tells that, in your final product, I got some errors. Can you please look into it? Now now the company A has not documenting on the software product. He did not write it anywhere that what is the error coming or what is the bugs coming. He did not had a record of it. What error is that and how can I fix it? Now company B is saying that if you can't fix it, then please take this product. I'm not going to pay you the amount. Whatever you have done, it's gone. Okay. Now what we have to do here, have a look. Obviously, when you are doing any software development or when you are doing testing, if the another company has found the issue, it creates a bad situation for the company. Okay. Suppose the issue is compatibility of one website. Okay. So the issue is that that web page is only running in one of the web browsers. It is not running in all the browsers. It is only running in Mozilla Firefox. When you're opening that web, that is my issue. Now this issue was presented to the higher authorities. Okay. Now for the higher authorities, we have to show a written proof. If we don't have a written proof, then you will be in stuck position. You can't do anything. Okay. So if you have a written proof that this is the error and we try to fix it and we are on it, so you show the client a written proof that this was the error which we also saw. Okay. And we are working on it. Till then, you continue with your product. After 2 days or after 1 month, we will get a solution of it. So now that particular issue will be resolved peacefully. But suppose if you don't have a written proof, if you don't have a mail or a document which tells about that error, then you will be stuck. Correct? So you will not be having any answers to client questions. Correct? If you have some error, then you should tell to the client that, I'm facing some errors. Have a look. But what have you done? You have given the final product to the B company. That is wrong. You can't do that. You have to record. Now, how can we do that? Can I create a document like a Word document and write all the errors? No, right? That will look not official. That will be like a rough thing. Correct? So what do we do? Let's see. The prime objective of any software project is to get and the time required for completing the project. To achieve that, companies test their software before they release. So when they're testing it, right, then they test it in all the manners, whether it is reducing the cost, whether it is giving me a high quality output, whether the time required is less. Those all things will be seen. Documentation plays a critical role in achieving effective software testing. Because when you document everything, then you have everything in your hand. And you can show it to the client that, see, my tester has written all these things in my documentation. It is all documented, right? There are different levels of documentations. How do you write a document? Now let's understand what are these three documentations. Test script is just like in your movie. Okay, if somebody is producing or directing a movie, they have a script, right, in their hand. The hero or heroine or the actor or actress will have the script in their hand. They read the script, they memorize it, and then they do the acting. Correct? The same thing happens here in the test script. A line by line description of all the actions and data needed to perform a test. So every step will test this thing. Second, test the login page. Third, test the logout page. Fourth, test the submit button. Fifth, test the content of the web page. Sixth, test the alignment. Seventh, test the font size. Everything will be written in this particular test script. And one by one, the tester has to test those things. Okay, so that is how the test script is written. The next is test case. Now, what is this test case? What happens when you do an FIR, right? Police, what they will do? They will write an FIR, right? They'll file a case against the culprit, correct? What happens here? It describes a specific idea that is to be tested. So in a piece of paper or in a document, in an Excel sheet, we write that particular error. We describe it in a very detailed manner without detailing the exact steps to be taken or data to be used. So we describe only the idea that how can this error should be fixed. That's it. So this is test case 1, again test case 2, test case 3. Like that we create some test cases. Okay. Next is test scenario. It is a simple description of an objective a user might face when testing. Let's say, for an example, suppose you have logged into your website to that particular product. You have logged in. You are in your profile. But in that profile page, if your particular profile is opened in that particular website for 24/7, anybody can hack it or anybody can use your profile, right? So data insecurity is there. Data security is not there. Now that's a very big problem for a website. For a product, that's a very big problem. So we create this scenario. We write a simple description of these kind of errors, okay? And we write it in the text scenario. By writing a scenario that when I'm doing this login, then profile is coming, but logout button is not there. What will happen if the logout button is not there? And what will happen if the logout button is there? Those all things in descriptive, we write it in test scenario. Now, what basically we are doing here? We are actually telling anybody that providing a text script, providing a test case, providing a test scenario will make anybody sure that what are the errors and how can we recover that in that particular document. All those things will be written, all those things will be documented so that if any error is coming from the client side, we can show those documents that, hey, this is what we have done. You can go you can go through it, you can check, and you can step ahead, right? A test case is a document which has a set of conditions or actions that are performed on a software application in order to verify the expected functionality of the feature. That's what I have also told you. What are the benefits of writing test cases? These are the benefits of writing test cases, which we will read one by one. And if you want to see how the test case look like, you just write test case in Google and go to images. Once you go to images, you will find a number of test cases document. Okay, you can do it right away if you want. If you are in front of your laptop, you can do it right away. Go to Google, write test case and go to images. You will find many documents which is, exactly the test case. And let's now understand what are the benefits of writing test cases. Now, the key purpose of a test case is to ensure if different features within an application are working, correct? It helps tester validate if the software is free of defects and if it is working as per the expectation of the end user. End user is nothing but the client. Okay. Now, when I talk about the benefits, other benefits of test cases, you can see pointer by pointer is written. Test cases ensure good test coverage. That means you write every point, every single point you need to mention so that the user can understand that what is the error. Helps improve the quality of software. Obviously, if you're writing the errors and if you're fixing it, then it is improving your quality of the software. Decrease the maintenance. Yes, this is also a very good point. See, when you're doing a testing, when you're checking your bugs, fixes very clearly and in a crisp manner, later on, the maintenance cost will not be there. You will not require much maintenance if you're doing the testing clearly, right? If you're testing everything about the software product in the first phase, then maybe the spendings which will happen when you will do maintenance, that will cost you really less. Because suppose in 2 years for a software product, you need 3 times maintenance. 3 times you need a maintenance in 2 years for a software product. But if you have tested your product very nicely and clearly, in 2 years, only 1 time you need maintenance. So the cost of two 2 times maintenance is less than this one, right? So that means it is way clear that your maintenance time will get decreased, maintenance cost will get decreased if you are doing the testing correctly. Help verify that the software meet the requirement, meet the user requirements. Allow the tester to think thoroughly and approach the test from as many angles as possible. Just very easy to understand. Test cases are reusable for the future. Anyone can reference them and execute the test. Now let's see what is the strategic approach. That means what approach we should go ahead with. So to perform effective testing, a software team should conduct technical reviews. Every time a technical review should go on for the product. Testing begins at the component level and work toward the integration of entire computer-based system. Different testing techniques are appropriate at different points in time. You need different testing techniques at different levels of your product. Testing is done by a developer of software. See, can you see what is written? That's the same thing which I told. So this is in your startup companies and this is in your MNC. Testing and debugging are different activities. Testing means when you test it. Debugging means when you check the error. But debugging must be accommodated in any test strategy. That means debugging can be included in testing. Okay. Now have a look here. This I've already told you what is the meaning of verification. Does the product meets its specifications? Validation is does the product perform as desired? That how is it should work. That is what we need to check. That is how we need to validate. Okay. I am moving to the next because I want to show you this particular diagram which is very important. So suppose if you have a system project, okay. This system project, inside that it is having two components, which we also call it as modules, okay. These modules will have again sub-modules, okay. Now, how do we do the testing, or what is the strategic approach to the testing nowadays in the current scenario? How do the testing is done? Let me tell you. So in this sub-modules, this is just like if you have a book, okay. In one book, you have one chapter. In one chapter, you have several topics. That is how it is. This whole thing is a book. Inside the book, you have the chapters. Inside one chapter, you have different subtopics. This is how it will work. Now, first you have to test the sub-module. How do you do the testing? You do a unit testing. Then you do an integration testing on the modules, which is this one. And after these two things are done, we do a validation testing, which is we validate everything, that everything is perfect till here. If everything is perfect till here, then we go for a system testing, which is done to the whole system. Nowadays, this is the strategic approach which is used when you're doing a testing. So you first go to the sub-modules and you do the unit testing. Then you go to the modules and you do the integration testing. Then you go to validation testing, where you validate your errors and bugs if it is having to the whole project. So the whole project is checked here, right? This is how a strategic approach to testing is done. Now, as we have seen, unit testing, integration testing, validation testing, system testing, we have two more testings in our approach, which is regression and acceptance. These are the levels of testing. So from unit, you should go to integration. From integration, you should go to system. What is unit testing? This is your sub-module. What is integration testing? This is your module. What is the system testing? This is your whole system testing. What is regression? Regression means time to time, always you do the testing, every time. Okay, every time you have to do the testing, regression. Acceptance is the last final testing. Okay, so these are the testing levels, how the testing levels are denoted. Now, unit testing can be done by a developer. Integration and system testing can be done by a developer or tester. But when you come to regression testing or acceptance testing, this has to be only done by a tester. Okay, developer can't do regression or acceptance. And these two are only happening in MNC companies. These two type of testings are always happening in MNC companies. These two testings are not done in startup companies. Only this and this testings are done in startup companies because they don't have money, they don't have much requirement, right? So they do it till here.
Now we'd be discussing out that what manual testing is. So we discussed already, we had seen that what is testing. Now there are two types of testing which we have here in the Selenium. First of all is the manual one and second one is the automation. So here we'll be discussing about the manual testing. Let's get started. Let me just move on to the second one. Fine. Now, again, I would say you that let's not go too much into the technical things right here. Let's simply understand that what is the meaning of word that is manual. If I talk about talking manual in a simple English language, so I would say manual means that anything which is done manually, right? Anything which is done by you, done by manually, that simply talks about the manual. And if I talk about testing, so this is one thing which we have already discussed, that we just implement out the different tests, we just implement out the different features, we just do all of these things to make our product error and bug free. Right, so here if I just combine this simple manual and simple testing thing, so I could just say without any technical definition or without any further like that things, I could simply say that the testing which is done manually is called a manual testing. Isn't that simple? Right, yes, that is. So I would just request you not directly go into the technical definitions. First of all, try to analyze that, okay, what is the name of the topic? Simply, the name of the topic is manual testing. Manual means anything to do that is manually. Testing you already know, so test out your software, to test out your products, whichever you had made, so that whenever they just get delivered into the market, they are totally bug free. Right. So this is where this manual testing definition comes. Now, if I just talk about the things in a very detail, so I would say that manual testing means that the application which you had made out, the application which is actually developed by you, the product which is developed by you. So here we'll be particularly talking about the application. Okay. So now from here onwards, I'll be taking the word which is application. So manual testing means that the application, which is basically the application which is made, that is tested manually by the testers. This is simply what is there in the manual testing, right? So whenever you had made out any application and you just test that application manually, right? So that is actually called as manual testing. Now, when you are doing out the manual testing, so in that case, what are the things that are to be performed? So the tests which are there actually, they need to be performed manually in each and every environment using different data sets. In the starting as well, I mentioned about the data sets, right? That we take different data sets, and even we just give out some test cases and then try to implement out and test out our software manually, test out the product, test out the application actually manually, right? So whatever the test you are performing manually, that is done under the manual testing, whatever the test you are performing, they need to be performed manually in every environment which you are having, right? Now, in every environment, you will be giving out different data sets. After giving out that different data sets, you will even note down the rate of success and the failure. Okay, whatever the transactions you are giving, whatever the data sets you are giving, for each of the data set, you will be noting down the success and the failure rate. That all will be recorded, right? This is what happens in actually manual testing. Let's say you develop out an application. Like let's say that you just developed out any application. In that application, if you just want to test that out, so if you are gonna go through the manual testing procedure, so first of all, you need to test that particular application onto every environment, which will be having different data sets for every environment, and even you will be noting down what is the success rate and what is the failure rate for each of the transactions, for each of the data sets on which you are performing out the things. This is what is actually done in manual testing, right? All of the things are recorded, but this is all about the manual testing. First of all, that what it is and how we just do out that particular thing. Next, when I talk about manual testing, so I would say that it is absolutely mandatory, means it is very important. It is important for every new developed software being before automated testing. So now whenever we are going on and we just, let's say, just developed out any new application, you just developed out any new software, in that case it's mandatory to go for, first of all, for the manual testing, then go for the automated testing. I would like, it is mandatory for every new developed software to go under manual testing before the automated testing. What is this automated testing? That we are going to discuss in some few minutes, right? So let's not go that too much into detail onto this automated testing, but the way which I had told you, that is breaking out the words, which is you just break out the word automated testing into two parts. First one would be automated and second one would be testing. So if you are breaking out both of these and figuring out that what's the meaning, then absolutely you are right. The definition which you are thinking for the automated testing, that is absolutely correct, right? I'll be proving this thing in within some time, right? First of all, let's discuss about manual testing in detail. Now, what happens in manual testing? When you are doing everything manually, you are testing in every environment, you are testing on different data sets, you are giving it different cases, you are noting the success rate, you are noting the failure rate, all of these things when you are doing. So that will absolutely require a lot of time and even a lot of efforts are required. But when you are doing anything manually, when you are doing anything onto your own, when something is tested manually by the testers, so yeah, it absolutely gives you the surety of a bug-free software, because the machines are not too much that much automated that okay, they give you the surety of a bug-free software. But if you are doing anything onto your own, so yes, that gives you a complete surety of a bug-free software. So if I talk once again about the manual testing, so in that, manual testing means the application, the web application, whichever is made by you or any application, is tested manually by the QA testers. So the test which you are performing, that needs to be performed manually in every environment using a different data sets, and the rate for the success and the failure transactions should be recorded as well. Why is manual testing? So manual testing is mandatory for every newly developed software before automated testing. This testing actually requires a great effort and time as well, but it gives you the bug-free software, surety of a bug-free software. Right, this is about the manual testing. Now, if I talk about the challenges, that what are the challenges that manual testing is faced? Now, there must be some challenges, some limitations in the manual testing, right? That is the why we were introduced to the an automated tool which was Selenium, right? There must be some challenges in this particular testing, and this was only the reason that why any automation testing was actually introduced, right? Let's see that what are the challenges in the manual testing. First, it requires more time and more resources. Absolutely right thing. So when you are doing anything manually, right, when you are doing anything manually, that will absolutely require more time within if anything is done using any automation tool, right? So this was one of the challenges which was faced in the manual testing, that it was actually requiring a more time and even the more resources as well, right? GUI object size difference and color combinations, etc. are not easy to find in manual testing. So whenever you are performing manual testing, so in that, whatever the GUI objects you have made out, whatever the color combinations you had put on, whatever the size differences you are facing, what are the different color combinations you were trying to figure out, all of these things are actually not easy to find in the manual testing, right? These are the things which are not really easy to find out in the manual testing, right? After that, executing the same test again and again, it is time-taking process as well as tedious. Absolutely right. So whenever you are just doing out the things onto a manual testing, so what we had seen there, we saw that in manual testing what was happening. First of all, whatever the application you want to build out, that was actually built. After that, when the tests were performed, so in that case, what was happening? In that particular case, whatever the test was done, that first of all, they were done in all the environments. After that, different data sets were given for that. And after that, different data sets, you were needed to put down the success rate, you were needed to record down the failure rate, and all these things were actually done. So these things were done manually. So it was a very much time taking process to do out the same test again and again, same test again and again, execute the same test. So yeah, it actually takes a lot of time. And yeah, that's as well a little difficult and a little hard process as well. So these were the three challenges which were faced in the manual testing. So first of all, it requires more time and more resources. Second, the GUI object size difference and the color combinations are not easy to find in the manual testing. And third, executing the same test again and again is time-taking process as well as tedious. To do out this thing, first of all, according to in simple English language, think about what is actually automation. Automation means to automate anything using any machine, right? Automating means to automate something. At testing, this testing we already are familiar with that what testing is. So as basically we have that in automation testing, we already have a framework, we already have a tool set. According to that only, the test whichever are to be performed on whatever the applications, they get automatically performed. So in that, you do not need to put down the rate of success, the rate of failures. You do not need to manually test on each and every data sets. You do not need to manually give it on all the environments. No, these are not the cases which happen in automation testing. Automation actually on its own means that anything which is done automatically, right? So in this automation testing, whatever the test you carry out, all of them are actually done automatically, right? So let's read out that as the name for this suggests, automation testing takes the software testing activities and executes them via an automation toolset or framework. As I mentioned in the starting as well, that in automation testing, what happens? In automation testing, you just take out a software, whatever software testing activities, whatever you just want to do, and we simply execute them through our automation toolset or a framework we already have. So we just put out the things onto that automation toolset or framework, and whatever are the tests which you want to perform for any software or any application, whatever is done by that, you could just simply perform those tests onto that. Now, if I just talk about in very simple words that what automation testing actually meant. So we can say that it is a type of testing in which a tool which you have, right, that executes a set of tasks in a defined pattern automatically. Automatically is an essential word to add in the automation testing definition, right? Now this is a type of a testing in which a tool automatically executes a set of tasks in a defined pattern which is automatically defined, and it automatically performs and executes the set of tasks which are given to that, right? This is what comes in the automation testing. Now, where is this method actually used out? So this automation testing method uses scripted sequences that are executed by testing tools. Already we have many scripted things written out here. We have already scripted programs written out for this automation testing method. We just simply use them out and they are executed by the testing tools which we have here, right? This tool execute examinations of the software, report outcomes, and compare the results with the earlier test runs. Now, what are the things that automating testing tools can do? So, in that case, it can execute examinations of the software. It can basically, whatever the outcomes are there, it can report that particular outcomes, and even it can compare the result with the earlier test runs which were actually made out. It can compare out that test and we can just see the comparison in the results for whatever the earlier test runs which you have carried out, right? This is what is here in this automation testing thing, that what it does actually does. So it executes the examinations of the software, it reports the outcomes, and even it compares out the results with the earlier test runs, right? This is about the automation testing. If I give you an overview for the automation testing, so we can say that as the name suggests, automation testing takes software testing activities and executes them via an automation toolset or framework. So we have a toolset or framework through which this automation testing actually takes place. If I talk about this thing in much simpler words, so I could say that it is a type of testing in which a tool executes a set of tasks in a defined pattern automatically. So this automation testing method, basically in this we use the scripted sequence that are executed by the testing tools. And these testing tools, what they do, they help us to execute the examinations of the software, the report outcomes, and even compare the results with the earlier test runs, right? So hope you just got out the idea first of all regarding that what is manual testing, what were the challenges faced in manual testing, that's why we need to introduce the automation testing, right? After that, the challenges, we simply learned about that what automation testing is. Now in the next part of the video we'll be discussing about the Selenium in detail. We'll be going through the introduction to Selenium.
Now let us talk about white box testing techniques. So before understanding what are the different white box testing techniques, it is important to understand what is white box testing first of all. So white box testing. So the white term here is used for this only, that through white, everything is transparent, like you can see through, right? Everything is very clear. So the same resemblance is there in the testing techniques which are followed under white box testing technique. That is, it is a structural testing technique, meaning the complete structure, the flow of the program from input to the output, everything is tested here, right? Every single line of the code, every single line of the program is tested under white box testing technique. It is also called as your clear box testing or transparent testing. So what it tests basically, so in white box testing, we test the internal structure of a software or a program or a code basically, the functionalities in detail, and then the working of the software is tested here. It can be applied at the unit testing level or at the integration testing level as well as at the system level testing. We understood what is white box testing. It is important to understand now what are the different types of white box testing that are done. So starting with the very first one, that is your data flow testing. So data flow testing, as the name itself makes it very clear, that the flow of the data is tested. And when it comes to programming, data is stored into what? Variables, right? So here variables are traced down, meaning where the variables have been declared, where the variables have been used. Has the variables been declared before it has been used, or is any variable which has been declared but has not been used? When was the memory deallocation and allocation done? So all these kind of things related to variables, that is related to data basically, is tested under data flow testing. That is flow of data. And as I said, when it comes to programming, it's nothing but variables. So we'll try to find out here in which statement the variables are defined, in which statement variables are used. Okay, with the help of example, first I'll explain you how the data flow testing is done, and then I'll come to the conclusion that what exactly we try to find out at the end of data flow testing is performed. Okay, so here you can see an example code right on the screen where A and B are the two variables which are declared here, and then if condition is there that if B is B mod 2 is equal to 0, then it prints that B is an even number, and then it allocates the value of B to X, else it prints that B is odd number and allocates 0 value to X, and then it prints a variable Z and prints a variable X, right? So this is a code written here. Now you have to do data flow testing on this. So your first step will be that you have to write down what all variables are there. So there is A, B, X, and Z, right? 4 variables are there, or anything else is there? A, B, X, and Z. Okay, let's take one more line here, or one more variable here, basically C. Okay, so A, B, C, 3 variables. So first I'll list down all the variables A, B, C, and then X, and then Z, right? Now, first you have to find out where it is defined, and then you have to find out where it is used for all the variables. Fine. So you can see here A is defined. So okay, I'll give the line numbers here so that we can write down easily. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So A, B, C. So A is defined at 1. Okay, it is defined here. And where is it used? If I try to find out, is A being used anywhere? No, right? So there is no use, no, not available. B is defined at line number 1. And where is it used? In line number 2 and 3 and 4. So 2, 3, 4. Anywhere else? No, right? Okay, yes, at 6 also. So 6. Now C. C is defined at 1. And is it used anywhere? No, right? So it's not available. X. X is defined. Where is it being declared or defined? Here, right? At 4 and at 7. 4 and at 7, the value of X is being defined. And is it being used anywhere? Yes, at line number 9. Then Z. Z is being declared or defined anywhere? No, right? So not available. And where is it being used? At line number 8. So 8 here. So this is the table which you'll be making when it comes to data flow testing. With this, what will you be able to find out? So there will be generally 4 outcomes. The first one is that it finds the variables which are defined earlier but never used later on. A variable which is defined, you can see variable A, variable C, they are defined but they are not used anywhere. So why to unnecessarily define also, right? If it is not being used. So it can be removed from the code. It was an unnecessary memory allocation, right? Similarly, the next thing which with the help of this testing what we find out is find the variables which are used in the program but never defined. So you can see here the variable Z which is being used somewhere but has not been defined. So it is mandatory here to define this variable. Then we try to find out the variables which are declared multiple times before being used. So you can see a variable X here which is being defined multiple times before being used. Right? So this is also not a good condition or might be situational basically. So you can check that, okay, is it fine or not, or a developer can check. The last one is find the variable whose memory is deallocated before use. So there is no such reference here in the example, but it might encounter that your before using that variable, you are deallocating or removing or deleting that variable from the memory, right? So all these 4 aspects of related to data, related to variables in a program, you will be able to find out with the help of data flow testing, right? So you can see here that, why it is a white box testing technique, because we are going inside every single line of code and trying to test its working and functionality, right? That's why it is a white box testing technique. Next is your condition coverage testing. It is also called as your predicate coverage testing. Now, condition coverage. So in a program or a code, when we write in any programming language, there will be some conditional statements. Now, if else, do while, such kind of statements are there. So testing such conditions for its true execution as well as false execution is called as your condition coverage testing. So all the conditions are tested in this technique for its both evaluation, true and false. Okay. So in this example, if you see, there are 1, 2, 3, and these together I'll count as 4. So 4 lines of code are there, right? 100% coverage of code should be there. Like if you're using condition coverage testing, you should be able to test 100% of the code. Like all 4 lines of code should be tested. If I take the value of A as 8, first line will execute, right? Will the second line execute? A mod 2, it will check, yeah. So it will execute. Will the third line execute? Yes, because 8 mod 2 will be equal to 0. So A is an even number, will be printed. 3. So this is a pseudo code, guys. It's not confined to any programming language. Then else part. Will the else part execute? No, right? Because the condition was true and this is executed. So we'll take another input for A or value for A. Suppose 7. In this case, 1 will be executed, 2 will be executed, and 4 will be executed because A mod 2 will not be equal to 0, and hence it will go to the else part and print A is an odd number. Right? So you can see here that 3 of the statements out of 4 were executed. So if I calculate in percentage, It will be something around, okay, fine. So this will be 3 into 25, that is 75% of the code coverage was there. In the second example also, we are able to execute 3 lines out of 4. So 75% of the code coverage. So completing these two together, or taking into account these two together, we were able to test 100% of the code for conditional statements. Right? So this should be your aim for condition coverage testing. Now comes your next white box testing technique, that is your statement coverage testing. In statement coverage testing, we have to cover or test each and every code or each and every statement that is there in the program. Okay, so it should cover the execution of all statements of a source code or application at least once. And with the help of statement coverage testing, what will you be able to find out? Any dead code or any unused code, if it is there in the program, you will be able to trace that down. Right? So let's see this example here. Again, I'll give a line numbers to this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this is 8 else part. Okay. So 8 lines are there. We have to test or create the test cases in such a way that all these 8 lines are executed at least once. Then only all these 8 lines will be tested, right? And that's what our statement coverage testing techniques also says. So if I take the value of A, B, and C as 10, 8, and 6, okay, then which all lines will be executed? First line will be executed. This is just a function call. So function name is largest. Then the second line will be executed. Then if A is greater than B, is A greater than B? Yes. And A is greater than C? Yes, A is greater than C. Then line 4 will also be executed. 3 will be executed. So it will be initialized first, right? And then it will go to 4. And then it will go to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines of code will be executed out of 8. But still other lines of code are left, right? So we have to take one more test case. Suppose I take the value of A as 6, B as 10, and C as 8. Okay. So in this case, first line will be executed, second will execute, third will execute, fourth condition will be checked, right? So it will be executed. But the condition will not be satisfied. So 5 will not be executed. 6 will be executed. It will check again. So C is greater than A. C is not greater than A, right? So even this will not be executed. No, 7 will not be executed. It will go to 8. So here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 lines of codes are covered. So as you can see, out of 8, only 6 are covered. Again, 2 are still left. Which 2? This statement is left and this statement is left. So this was but covered in the first test case, or the values of A, B, C, which we took. Right? So only now this is left. So we'll take one more example, 10, 20, 30. Okay. So in that case, 1 will be executed, 2 will be executed, 3 will be executed, 4 will be executed, and this will not satisfy the condition. So it will go to 6 statement. 6 will be executed. C is greater than A, C is also greater than B, and hence 7 will be executed. Right? It will not go to the else part because here the condition is true and it will execute this. So you can see now all the lines of codes are executed, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So these 3 test cases, if you write, that is the value of A, B, and C, you will be able to test each and every statement that is there in this example or in this program. And this is what statement coverage testing is all about. If suppose after writing all the test cases, you are not able to cover any given statement, then that particular statement is your unused code in the application. Now let's talk about another testing technique, that is your decision coverage testing. So decision coverage testing is also like every single branch or every single aspect of a decision taking statement should be executed. We'll try to understand this again with the help of an example. So in this example, I have drawn a flowchart here for you to better understand, and I've put multiple conditions here or multiple decision taking statements here. So you can see the first 2 are just the declarative statements where the value of A, B, and C are basically defined. So A, B, and C is A plus B. After that, there is the first decision statements that takes a decision that if the value of C is greater than 60, then it will go to this part, and else it will go to this part. In this part also, then there is another decision taking statement, or 2 branches further for this, one for yes and one for no. If B value is greater than 50, it will print B, else it will print C. Similarly, on this side also there is two branches for the two decision outcomes. One for yes, one for no. So if A value is greater than 50, it will print C, else it will print A. Right? So this is your flow chart. Now in branch coverage or decision coverage testing, you have to make sure that you design the test cases in such a way that every aspect of this branching condition or a decision is tested. Right? So you have to write the value of A, B, and C in such a way, take the value of A, B, C in such a way, and execute this code such that all the combinations are tested. For example, if I take the value of A and B, C is anyway A plus B, right? So I have to take the value of A and B basically. So if I take the value of A to be 40 and B to be 60, what will be the value of C? So C will be 100, right? C value is greater than 60, so this part will be executed. And B is greater than 50. So check the value of B. Yes, it is greater than 50. So this part will be executed and hence it will print B. So you can see this aspect or this part of the code or the decision statements are executed. Now the next statement will be that this should execute, then yes should execute, and then no should execute. Similarly, this should execute, then no should execute, and then here also yes should execute. Then again this statement no should execute, and then no should execute. Right? So this will be the four different conditions, four different test cases to be designed here. Then only it will cover all the decision statements or all the branches. Right? So this is what I meant by decision coverage testing. So suppose I take the value of A and B as something else. If I take the value of A to be 40 and B to be 5, so C value will be 45. So in that case, C value will be less than 60. Then it will go to this side, right? Similarly, I have to take the value of A and B as something else as well. For example, if I take value of A to be 55 and B value to be 2, C value will be 57. Depending on that, the further statements will be executed. So similarly, you have to write or take the values of A and B and write the test cases in such a way that all the statements or decision statements branches are executed or tested basically. Right? So this is all about your decision coverage testing. So we have studied the different types of white box testing techniques. Let us discuss about black box testing. Before studying the different types of black box testing techniques, we'll first see what is black box testing. So black box, a box which is black where you cannot see anything through, right? And the same resemblance or meaning it holds here also when it comes to software testing. So black box testing will help you, or with the help of black box testing techniques, you can only test the overall functionality of an application or a software. That is, if you provide certain input, what is the output? How that output is generated is not tested in black box testing techniques or under black box testing. Okay, so basically it tests what the software does. It doesn't check how the software performed a given task. Right? It doesn't find the defects or problems in the codes of the application. It only finds out that according to the requirement specification, is the software or an application giving the respective output for a given respective input. Right? So this is what your black box testing technique is all about. So it verifies the functionality of the application according to the software requirement specification. There are different types of black box testing techniques. We'll try to see few of the examples over here. So first one is equivalence class partitioning. So equivalence class partitioning is what? So it is a black box testing technique where the inputs are divided into different classes or different categories, right? And all the categories or all the classes inputs and outputs are defined, and the software is checked accordingly. What are those classes? So it will be a valid class or an invalid class. Let's try to understand this with the help of examples. So here you can see a vaccination details form is there, a very small form with a vaccination details you have to enter. And here it's asking just your name and the age. Okay. So name you will enter any XYZ. Suppose I write my name itself, Pragya. After that, you have to enter the age. But here is an asterisk or a validation check. That is, the age should be between 5 to 18 only. So it is for below 18 years of age vaccination. Right? So now this has to be checked here because there is a condition applied on this input box. Right? So Here we'll apply equivalence class partitioning, meaning we will divide the input, which are the possible inputs, into different classes. So we'll try to divide into a first class, that is, if the age is below 5, that is less than 5. If the age value is less than 5 is one class. Next class is if age value is greater than 18. Another class will be if the age value is between 5 and 18. Right? So this is your valid class. This is the valid input, so it will be a valid class. This is your invalid class. And this is also your invalid class. Right? So this is what I meant by different classes the input is divided into. And then all these three, one value for or two values, depending upon how rigorous testing you're performing, you'll be taking one or two values from all these classes and checking is the output according to its class or not. Meaning if I am entering value less than 5, then it should throw me an error or so some message saying that, enter a valid value. Similarly, if I enter value more than 18, then also it should show me some message. If I enter value only between 5 and 18, it should go to the next page, right? Or to the next part of the application. So this is about your equivalence class partitioning, where we divide the input and its corresponding output into different valid and invalid classes. Next is your boundary value analysis. This is also a black box testing technique. In this technique, what we do is the boundary values of an input are checked, because mostly the error or the bugs occur when at these boundary conditions. That's the reason there is a special testing technique designed for it, that is your boundary value analysis. So you can see this example here. So the same example from the previous type is carried forward. So vaccination details is there, where you have to enter the name and the age, and age is between 5 and 18 to be entered here. Right. So what will be the boundary value for this? So boundary value, if I consider the lower value, that is 5, the boundary value will be 3, 4, 5 and 6. Right. So these 4 values will be entered here in the age call input box, and it will be tested. Similarly, when I consider the upper range, that is 18, what will be the boundary values? 18 definitely, 19 and 17. Minimum this. So these 3 values will be again entered here, and the software application will be tested. Right. So this is what your boundary value analysis is. And as I said, mostly the errors are confined to these critical values where the range is defined, and that's the reason it is specially tested. Next is your decision table testing. This is also a black box testing technique where a decision table is made. Now, it is also called as your cause effect table. Okay. It tests the behavior of a system for different input combinations. Let us see with the help of an example and try to understand this. So the same vaccination details is there. Name you have to enter, age you have to enter, but you can see here the validation checks are a little different here. So here the age has to be greater than 18 and less than 150, and age should be an integer value. You cannot enter like the age is 3.5 or 4.2, right? So this is also one condition or validation check here. So now in the decision table testing, what you will do is you will first write down the different conditions which you have to check. So for this, I'm going to write the test cases. So the first condition is that the age should be greater than 18. Next is that the age should be equal to an integer value. And the next is that the age should be less than 150. You cannot enter the person age is 300, right? So that's why this validation check is here. Now, depending upon these combinations of these conditions, you will have different cases. Right? You can have n number of cases. There is no condition for that. Suppose the first case I write here is that, okay, the value of age is greater than 18. Okay, fine. It is maybe 19. The age is an integer number. Yeah, it's 19. And it is less than 150 is 90. Right? So this is one case, which is a valid case basically. Next case, if I take, value says here is that age should be greater than 18. But I'm taking here as 5. Age should be an integer, okay, 5. Age is less than 150, okay, 5. But it is an invalid case, right? Where the statement is invalid. So this is another case. Similarly, next case can be case 3, where I take age to not to be an integer. 26.5 suppose. And yeah, it is greater than 18. And yeah, it is less than 150. Right? So this is another case, which is also a group of invalid cases. Similarly, you can have another case 4 and so on. You can have n number of cases here. You can have n number of cases here. Getting it? So this is how, and this is complete, this table with these rows and these columns are called as your decision table or cause effect table. Right? So I hope you understood this. Now, state transition testing. So state transition testing, we try to test the different state and how the transition has happened from one state to the other state for a given application or a software. Okay, so it works on the principle of state, transition, action, and event, meaning the application will be first in a given state and then it will transit to the next state. And this transition will happen with respect to an action performed on a previous state. And when that action is performed, some event will happen and that event will represent the next state. Right? So that event will lead to transition from one state to the next state. So that's the reason it works on this principle, state, transition, action, and event. Let's try to see that with the help of an example. So here a different example I've taken is a login page where the username is already entered, some pragya@abc.com. Password is left blank for you to enter. So the first state will be here is your start state where this login page will be displayed in front of you. Now next, if I enter a password, okay, if I enter a incorrect password, then I'll go to the next state where a message will be displayed that the password is incorrect, and this is suppose state 1, right? So and it will ask to re-enter the password. Okay, if I enter again the incorrect password, again it will go to the next state and it will say again the password is wrong, please re-enter again. Now suppose I have 3 attempts here. If more than 3, if I try to enter it, the system will be blocked or locked. And now the third time, I'm going to enter the incorrect statement, incorrect password. It will go to the state 3. After this, if I enter an incorrect password, then it will go to a blocked state, right? Or maybe a state 4 itself. You can give it a number also, or a blocked state, right? Now suppose here in the start, if I enter a correct password, then what will happen? I'll go to another state, suppose state 5, which is a new page. No, you'll enter to the application, you will successfully logged in. So this is your logged in successfully, right? So this is another state. Even from state 1, if you enter the correct password, you'll go to the state 5 that will logged in successfully. From state 2 also you can enter the correct password and you can go to state 5, right? And you will logged in successfully. But if you enter incorrect password here, now in state 3 also if you enter the correct password, you can go to the state 5 that is logged in successful state. But if you enter incorrect statement here, you'll go to the blocked state and then from here you cannot go back to the logged in state, right? Your password, your account will be blocked and you need to contact admin maybe or whatever is the process next in the application. Getting it? So this is your state transition diagram which we draw. So you can see here that there are different states, right? State 1, state 2. You can give a name also. I've just given a number here. These are the actions which you are taking on a given state and then which triggers an event which leads to a next state. Right? So this is all about your state transition diagram and state transition testing technique. Now let's talk about functional testing. There are different types of testing that comes under functional testing. That is your unit testing, integration testing, and system testing. So we'll be talking about all these 3 types of testing under functional testing. Now, first is your unit testing. What is unit testing? So the name itself also signifies its use. That is, unit is tested. Each unit in a program or a software is tested. Now that unit can be a single function, can be a procedure. If it is a function-oriented programming language, it can be a method, a function, right? If it is an object-oriented programming language, a single unit can be an object, can be a class. right? So testing these individual smaller units of a code or a program or an application is called as unit testing. Now, there can be different techniques to perform this unit testing, but yeah, overall, when you test a independent unit or a module, it's called as unit testing, right? This is generally the first level of testing. There are different levels, right? First level, second, and the third level. So the first level of testing is generally unit testing. Unit testing can be performed by the developers also sometimes. Because when a developer writes a code, suppose a developer wrote a function, he or she will definitely test that the function is working fine or not, right? Not maybe with the help of a test case proper, but yeah, it will be tested. So many cases or many organizations follow that the unit testing will be done by the developers itself. But many organization has a proper testing team who does even the unit testing. Okay, so depends again on the organization, but that's how unit testing is performed. Now, two important questions here: why unit testing is done and how unit testing is done. So when it comes to why unit testing is done, let me tell you, it is easier to find the bugs because here you are testing a particular unit or a particular module or a particular function. So if an error comes, you know that, okay, this was the module being tested, so the error is in this module itself, right? And it will be easy to communicate to the testing team also to fix, to the development team also to fix the bug, right? So that's why unit testing is done or is important. Secondly, if you are making a reuse or doing reuse of a code or a software product, then even that test cases can be reused, right? Because it is modular or unit wise test cases. So if you are reusing a particular unit or a particular function or a code, you can make reuse of the test cases also. So that's the second reason why it's done. And third reason is that as unit testing is the very first level of testing, it is done at the very basic level. As soon as you start developing the code, we test the module or test the code, right? So if the error or bug is fixed at that stage itself, it will save the cost or overall cost of the software development, right? And that's the third reason why unit testing is done. Now coming to how unit testing is done. So when I talk about how unit testing is done, it can be done with the help of manual testing techniques or with the help of automation testing techniques, right? There are different tools that can be used for performing unit testing. At the end of this video, I'll also talk about the different automation testing tools which you can use for different types of testing. So unit testing can be done manually as well as using automation testing tools. But again, like how it is done, if it is done manually or even if it is done in using automation tools, the process is that once a function is developed or a module is developed or a unit is developed, unit of code is developed, that has to be tested then and there. And the bugs have to be found then and there itself, right? The function or a method or object or class, whichever is the unit, has to be isolated from the entire application, and only that particular unit has to be tested. This is the common process followed in unit testing, right? So this is the overall concept of unit testing. Now moving ahead to the next type of functional testing, that is your integration testing. Now what is integration testing? So integration testing is a testing process where we integrate logically the different units or modules together and try to test their integration. Try to test the dependencies between those modules, and if the different units or modules are integrated, are they working fine or not? So this is what is performed or done in integration testing. Again, two important questions here as well. That is why integration testing is done and what are integration testing strategies. So why integration testing is done? You must be wondering that if we have done the testing of each and every individual units, then why is it another level of integration testing done? So generally integration testing is done after we do the unit testing, right? So it's the second level of testing type or testing strategy. So why is it done? We have tested in unit tests the individual unit, the individual modules, but in many softwares, like the larger softwares, what happens is that the different modules, the different units are developed by different software developers. And each software developer has their own way of writing a code, right? And when that code is written, it has to be combined together logically and then tested that is it working fine in integration also or not, right? That's the main important reason why integration testing is done. Now, what are the integration testing strategies? So when I talk about the strategies, then broadly I'll classify under two headings to this. One is your Big Bang approach, okay? Big Bang approach. And the next one is your incremental approach, basically. Incremental approach. So in Big Bang approach, what happens is that the modules or the units are randomly, integrated and are tested. There's no such procedure which is followed that, okay, these will be combined first, then this or something. It is randomly selected, picked and combined to be tested. In incremental approach, this is further classified under three types. Okay, the first one is your top-down approach. Okay, top-down approach. The second one is your bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach. And the third one is your hybrid approach, which is the combination of top-down or bottom-up. Hybrid approach is also called a sandwiched approach. Okay. Now, in incremental approach, top-down, bottom-up, and hybrid, what are these now? So, top-down approach, if I talk about, what happens in top-down approach is that the modules or the units which are at the top level, logically at the top level, are integrated first and they are tested. So generally what happens, like if suppose I'm writing, a code where there's on this module having certain functions, then some functions are calling the other functions which is in this particular module. Then there are other functions which are in this module, and then this is also being called by the top level module, right? So in this, what happens is first these two modules will be combined and then tested, and this will be combined with this and then tested, and then it will go further down. Okay, and these levels are logical levels. It's not like hard-coded levels. So this is what happens in integration testing when the top-down incremental approach is followed. Okay, when it comes to bottom-up approach. So bottom-up approach, the modules or the units which are logically at the bottom layer will be combined first and tested, or integrated and tested, and then will move ahead till the top layer. Right? In hybrid approach, some modules can be followed for top-down, some modules can be followed for bottom-up. Generally, if a software is very large or application is very large, hybrid approach is followed. Here, two more important concepts comes in integration testing. Stubs and drivers. Now, what are these stubs and drivers? So guys, as I said that in integration testing, we integrate the modules and test. It might be sometimes the case that certain codes are not yet developed. Certain modules are still in the development phase, right? Meaning, like suppose I am testing this particular function F1. Okay, it is one unit or one module, whatever you call it. I'm testing this. Now, this function is calling some other function F2. And this F2 function is not yet developed. It's still in the development phase. Then how will you test F1? Because one of the code in F1 is calling of the function F2. So in that case, we make use of another driver code. Okay. So this is called as your driver code. So this is a dummy code, I can say, which will just test that function F1 is able to successfully call another function and get the value returned from it or not. Okay. Similarly, stubs are used in a situation where suppose I'm testing a function F1 and this function is called by a function F2. Okay. And F1 is developed, but F2 is not developed. In that case, we use stubs. So stub is also a dummy code, I could say, which is used for just performing this integration testing successfully. Right? So stubs and drivers, I hope you got a basic idea of what it is and how it is used in integration testing approaches. Right? So this is all about integration testing. Now let's talk about system testing. So system testing tests or validates the complete system. When the system is completely developed, then we test that software or application or that system for a proper requirement satisfaction. Meaning whatever is specified in the requirement specification, that is matched and checked for that system to be performing. Okay. For the given input, what is the output? What are the different outputs that were expected by the client that is mentioned in the requirement document? So all these is tested, right? So a complete system on a whole is tested under system testing. Again, why system testing is done? Now you must be thinking unit testing is also done, integration testing is also done. Then what's the need of system testing? One very important need is that, in real scenario, when a software or an application is developed, it's not done in a day or two, right? It takes months and sometimes years to develop. And what happens is that during the course of time, sometimes the client may change the requirement. Certain slight requirement changes can be there, right? Which might have been missed in the unit testing phase, because unit testing was the first level of testing. And system testing is then at the last level, right? So in system testing, even if some requirements were changed or is missed at the unit testing or integration testing level, will be tested successfully under system testing. Right? That's the one very important reason of doing system testing when it comes to the real scenario. But yeah, it's also important to test the overall functionality or working of an application or a software, and that's the main reason why system testing is done. Okay. Now, what are system testing types? So when it comes to different types of system testing, it is basically classified under three headings: alpha testing, beta testing, acceptance testing, or user acceptance testing, UAT also it is called as. Right. So alpha testing, beta testing, and acceptance testing. What is alpha testing? So alpha testing is done by the testers or the developers also sometimes on the platform or all the in the environment where the software has been developed. Okay, like suppose in an organization developed a software, the organization will test at the end. Once the system development is complete, it will test the software or system. That is your alpha testing. Beta testing, the client is also involved. Okay, the client or the users basically are involved, and beta testing is done at the organization itself, in the organization environment setup itself, but with the involvement of the client. Okay, in user acceptance testing, the testing is done at the client side, at the client location, at the user location in their environmental setup. Okay, so these are the three different types: alpha, beta, and acceptance testing. That are the different types of system testing. Okay, we'll talk about UAT in a little bit more detail going ahead. So that was all about the different types of functional testing, that is unit testing, integration testing, and system testing. Now let us talk about non-functional testing. So non-functional testing generally tests the features which are not related to the code or the program of the software, right? It is related to the non-functional features. So non-functional features like reliability, robustness, error handling capacity, and all that comes under scalability, right? All these comes under non-functional features of a software. So these non-functional features are tested when it comes to non-functional testing. The first one is performance testing. What is performance testing? So in performance testing, we test the performance of the software. When I tell about performance of the software, what all is tested? The speed or the response time. That is how quickly a software responds when a user tries to interact with the software. Stability. That is how stable is the software under different load conditions. Third is scalability. That is how many maximum number of users at a time a particular software or application is able to support. Right? So these kind of features are tested under performance testing. Performance testing is performed under normal workload conditions. Meaning, if it is specified to support, suppose 1 million users, it is tested that is it supporting 1 million users at a time or not. Right? So performance testing evaluates the performance of a given application or a software. Next is your stress testing. So stress testing is basically performed on heavy workload conditions by setting the heavy workload conditions for a software or application. That's the reason the name is stress testing. That is the maximum capacity where the system fails is being tested here. So the situations or the environment which is set up for stress testing is the abnormal situations or the abnormal conditions which are set up. And then it is tested that in this abnormal situation or in the limit which is more than the maximum, how the system is performing or how the system is responding. If suppose the system crashes, if it is crashing, then how is it handling the user? Is it throwing a proper error handling message to the user? How robust it is, how good the error handling capacity of the system is under these abnormal conditions are tested. Because a system failure or a system crash can lead to loss of revenue, right? Can lead to loss of cost. So that's the reason the stress testing is performed. And the reason why it is performed is to test those conditions where the system might fail. What is the point where the system is finally going to crash is found out by stress testing. Okay, so it determines the boundary condition at which system fails. In stress testing also, the non-functional features are only tested, but in abnormal conditions. Next is your load testing. So load testing, we test the load, how much a software can take. When I talk about load, it is the how many number of users, the maximum number of users at a time can use a particular application or a software. Right? Why is load testing important now? You must be thinking we have done stress testing, then why is load testing important here? So load testing is for those conditions, like for example, suppose a website has it's a e-commerce website and it's throwing a discounted offer for some limited duration. Like there is an offer that another 1 week will be having a flat 70% of discount on all our products. Definitely the number of users accessing that e-commerce application will be huge, right? And to avoid such conditions, that when the number of users, the customers increases in a particular span of time, the system should not crash. That's the reason the load testing is done beforehand. Right? So this load testing will help you find out how many maximum number of users the software is able to take load of. Generally, this maximum number of users is specified in the requirement specification document itself under non-functional parameters. And generally, the testing which is done here for load testing is matched with that value which is written in the SRS document. Okay, so difference between load testing and stress testing, if I talk about, so both test the same things, but stress testing tests it under abnormal condition. It goes beyond the limit. But load testing is done only in the limit how the software is performing. Okay. With the help of load testing, you'll be able to test these following features of a software. First is your response time. That is how quickly the software is responding. Then the performance of the system components. If there are hardware involved and there are different system components, then how are they performing? Performance of the database. Is the database being crashed or is the database working fine if multiple users are trying to access some kind of data or same product at the same time? How is the network performing? Is the network going down or is being very slow if the number of users is increasing or the load is increasing on the system? Then the software design issues are also figured out. Okay. Then the server configuration is also tested here. Lastly, the hardware limitation issues are also tested. If you are developing an application which is dependent on the hardware, then definitely when the load is increased or when for a particular load, if it is tested, then the hardware limitations, if at all comes in picture, can also be figured out over here. Right? So these non-functional testing, either it is performance testing or stress testing or load testing, they test the non-functional features of a particular software or application. Now I'll talk about some more very commonly used testing types or testing strategies. So let's talk about that. The first one is regression testing. So you must have heard this testing a lot, and it's a very commonly asked question in any interview also. What is regression testing? So regression testing is done once the complete testing process or the basic testing process is completed and a bug or a defect is found in the system. It is sent back to the development team to fix the bug and defect. Once the bugs and defects are fixed, then we perform regression testing. I mean, re-executing the same test cases to find out that has the bug been fixed properly, and has the bug fixing has not led to any other bug or defect in other codes, is called as regression testing. That is re-execution of the same test cases to just check that the bugs or defects have been fixed, and also it has not created any impact on the other codes which were working correctly earlier, right? So this is what regression testing is all about. Any kind of modification also, if it is done, like suppose once the testing process is complete and then there are certain updates and modifications done in the code, and then we retest, meaning run the test cases, the same test cases again, that is also part of a regression testing. Okay, so this is all about what is regression testing. Next is your sanity testing. So sanity testing is a part of regression testing. It is also done when the bug is fixed or a defect is corrected in the software. Okay, if there are any minor changes in the software and again the testing has to be done, that is also called as your sanity testing. So sanity testing is done to make sure that the bugs have been fixed and there are no new issues that are introduced due to these changes. As I said, sanity testing is a subset of regression testing itself. So sanity meaning what? The quality, the basic quality check, right? The cleanliness check of the code. So that's what is done here also in sanity testing. Next is your smoke testing. So smoke testing is a very famous or a widely used term nowadays. And what it is basically, so when you develop a software, right? You develop unit by unit, module by module, integrated, and it's ready. Then it goes to the build phase, right? The software is built properly. That's your build phase, right? Completely integrated and it's ready. Once the build phase is complete, before it goes to any other kind of testing, smoke testing is done. But why is the smoke testing done? So smoke testing is basically test the overall functionality of a software. Like the major functionalities the software should perform, is it performing or not? If it is not performing the basic functionality itself, there's no point of sending it to the QA team to test, to perform rigorous testing on it, right? So it will save the QA time and effort and all. That's the reason smoke testing is done. When I talk about the major functionality of the software is tested, what do you mean by that? It means like, is the software being properly loaded or not? Is the GUI responsive enough or not? Are the buttons, the major buttons like next, forward, back, is working fine or not? Is the database responsive or not? So these are the major, functionalities of any software. So these are tested under smoke testing. And the reason it is done, it saves the rigorous testing time done by the QA. If the major functionalities are only not working, there's no point of going ahead and testing the whole software, right? So that's what smoke testing is all about. Next is your agile testing. So agile testing is motivated by the agile software development mechanism itself, where like in agile software development, it is a continuous process, right? Similarly, in agile testing also, it is a continuous process. It's not done one by one or something like that. It is a continuous process, and this agile testing is integrated with the development phase of the software. From the very beginning phase of the software development, the agile testing is integrated with it, or it starts, right? Now, why is this agile testing done basically? So agile testing is done to make sure that, once the development is done and then the testing is being done as a separate process, like how it is done in waterfall model, it might be a problem going back or tracing back the defects and bugs, right? Or it may be time consuming and effort taking. But if the testing is done parallelly or as a continuous process of software development, it's more easier to find out the bugs and fix then and there itself, right? It reduces the overall effort also of the team. And that's why agile testing is done. Now in agile testing, one thing is very important to understand are the different quadrants that, the complete testing process is divided under agile testing. So these are the 4 quadrants, Q1, Q2, I have named it as Q3 and Q4. So when I talk about manual testing and automation testing, which approach is followed in which of the quadrants? So in Q1, if I talk about, it is generally automation testing tools are used. In Q2 testing, whatever testing is done, I'll tell you what all testing is done each of the quadrants. But first, I'm going to tell you what kind of approach is used. So here it can be manual as well as automation. In Q3, it is generally manual. And in Q4, the different tools can be used because it's mostly related to non-functional testing. Okay, now this is clear. Now it's important to understand in Q1 quadrant, which all testings are done basically. So in Q1 quadrant, unit testing is performed. Right? We saw just now before some time that what unit testing was. And then component testing. This is also something like unit testing only with a different name. So these kind of testings are done in quadrant Q1. When it comes to quadrant Q2, the testing which is done is the functional testings. Okay. The functional testing, basically your integration testing is done, and some part of system test, some type of system testing is also done. So functional testings are done in Q2 quadrant. If there is some kind of simulation involved, then that simulation testing, like if suppose some software developing which runs on a network or distributed application or something like that, then that has to be tested on a simulation, right? On a simulation tool. So that kind of simulation testing is done. Or any kind of prototype testing, if it has to be done, then that is done in the quadrant Q2. Okay. Coming to quadrant Q3, what kind of testings will be done? So here, acceptance testing. Acceptance testing is done. Or also the alpha beta testing of the system testing types are done here. Okay, so these kind of testings are performed in Q3 quadrant. When it comes to Q4, it is generally non-functional testings like performance testing. Performance testing is done. Then it comes is your load testing. So these kind of non-functional testings are done under the quadrant Q4. So any software goes through all these quadrants as a continuous process. It might also be, or it might be that in one go everything is tested, or it might be a continuous process. Okay, so this is what agile testing is all about. Next is your acceptance testing. So why I'm talking about acceptance testing separately is because this is very important and mostly asked in the interview question. What is acceptance testing? Who does acceptance testing is also a major question. So first of all, what is acceptance testing? So acceptance testing is the testing which is performed to test the software by the user at their location, at the client location. Why is this acceptance testing important? Many times it happens that when the client is explaining the requirement from a software to be developed, it may be that the development team has understood it wrong or misunderstood it, right? So it is important to test the software from client's eye or user's eye, so that what user was expecting, has he been delivered the same thing or not? Okay, so that's the reason acceptance testing is important here, or is done. So now who does acceptance testing? So yeah, the client or the user who is actually going to use the softwares are the people who does acceptance testing. It's also called as UAT, user acceptance testing. It is carried out in a separate testing environment or production-like setup. It's not carried out in the same setup where the software was developed. It's a different setup. It's the client location setup where the complete environment is production-like environment is set up and the software is tested there. And that's why it is called as user acceptance testing, because it is done at the user's or the client's location. Okay, so this was all about acceptance testing. So as I discussed in acceptance testing, that these two important questions: who performs UAT and what is the need of user acceptance testing? So what is the need of UAT is clear to you, that as I said, the minor misunderstanding of the requirement is a bigger problem or can happen when the client is communicating the requirements to the software development team. And that is the reason this acceptance testing is done before a product is launched in the market. And who performs? The user or the client is the one who performs the user acceptance testing. Now let's talk about the different software testing tools which you can use for different types of testing. So as I said that, automation testing tools are in abundance in market now. Few are open source, few are even paid tools. So the big companies or the companies, MNCs, they use different tools to test these, softwares. Mostly of the companies, they use test tools. Only if it is not possible at those locations or those type of testing, the manual testing is done. Like for unit testing, like where the codes and all the exact modules are tested, there it might be that it's manual testing. Otherwise, even for that unit testing also, it is the testing tools are available which you can use. So here I have mentioned for your information few of the open source tools that you can also use for testing if you're developing a software, or it's also used by the companies nowadays. So unit testing, to perform unit testing, these are the tools: JUnit, NUnit. So JUnit is basically for those kind of applications which are written in Java. NUnit is for those which are written in .NET. PHP unit is for those testing those softwares which are written in PHP, HTML, CSS, and all that. So these are the different unit testing tools which you can use. These are open source. There are many more such tools. Integration testing. So for integration testing, you can use Citrus and Protractor. Again, there are at least 10 open source tools which are available for integration testing. Few which I feel convenient enough is what I have mentioned here. System testing. A very famous system testing tool is Eggplant. So Eggplant is very convenient to use. It's an open source tool again for performing all kind of system testing. For non-functional testing, if I talk about the tools, it is JMeter, LoadRunner, WinRunner, Quality Check, QC is also one tool. So these kind of so many tools are available for a non-functional testing also, and these tools will not just only test but also will generate a proper test report at the end of when the testing process is completed. So that's the reason these are very handy tools which can be used for automation testing at any levels of the testing process. Okay, so I hope this will give you an idea which tool to use for which kind of testing in a nutshell.
So now we'll be discussing about, and I'll be taking you through the introduction to Selenium. Now this is the place where actually we start the Selenium thing. So let's get started here. Let me just take you to the new slide, and here we go. First of all, we'll be going through that who introduced Selenium, that basically who is the founder, or you can just say that who developed Selenium. After that, we'll be seeing that how that things are done and what is actually the Selenium, right? So the Selenium was introduced by Jason Huggins in 2004, right? So we can just say here that Selenium was introduced by Jason Huggins in 2004. So he was an engineer at ThoughtWorks. So basically, how does this idea coming for introducing some automated tool? So what he was actually doing, he was doing his work on some web applications. Right, he was just making out some web application, doing some work on his web applications. Suddenly, he just required out some testing technique. Right, he just suddenly required that, okay, I just need to go ahead with the testing on this particular web application, which I am making. Now, doing out the manual testing absolutely takes a lot of time, a lot of efforts as well, which we had already seen in the previous slides. That manual testing takes, first of all, a lot of time and even a lot of efforts. Why? Because there which are the tests which are actually there, they are carried out manually first of all. After that, the tests are performed on all the environments. You need to put different test cases for that. After that, whatever the rate are of the success or whatever the failure rates are there, you just need to note them down and then just come to an output. This is the thing which happens in manual testing. And this is absolutely a long procedure, a hard procedure, and a lot of time taking procedure. So then basically Jason Huggins thought that there must be some tool in which some automated things should be there, so as to do out the testing in a easier and in a faster way. So this is where Jason Huggins introduced Selenium as an automated tool for the testing frameworks, right? So if I just quickly talk about that who introduced Selenium. So name for that person is Jason Huggins. He was an engineer at ThoughtWorks. So one day he just thought of working on some applications and he required testing. So at that case only he just developed out and introduced the Selenium, an automated testing framework, or you can say as a tool, right? Now, whatever testing we do with the help of Selenium or using Selenium, that are called as Selenium testing. Again, from the word, it actually states that particular thing. What is about the Selenium testing? So the testing which is done using the Selenium, right? Whatever the test which we perform using the Selenium tool that are referred as Selenium testing. Now, what Selenium actually is? So it is an open source tool. First of all, very first thing, that it is an open source tool. A portable framework which is used for automating out the test administered on web browsers. See, Selenium is one of the, first of all, open source tool that is absolutely okay. A portable framework that you could just use it at any place, that is as well okay. This is particularly used for automating out the test which are administered on the web browsers. Actually, Selenium works on different web browsers. It has that capability to work upon different web browsers, right? So whatever the test we have, so basically it is actually used for automating out the tests which are administered on the web browsers. What are the testing web applications on which you can perform Selenium, on which you can just use out this framework which is Selenium? So that testing web applications are shopping carts, you can email programs like Gmail, Yahoo, all these cases, in all these places actually you could use out the Selenium framework. So first of all, it is very open source tool. So basically it means that you could just simply download that. It doesn't ask you for giving out any paid version or something. That it's totally available free of cost. After that, it's a portable framework, so you could just use that at any time, at any case. And this is used for automating out the test administered on the web browsers. The testing web applications which can be performed using Selenium are shopping carts or email programs like Gmail, Yahoo. These are the things which are actually performed using the Selenium. So hope you got the idea, first of all, that who introduced Selenium. So Jason Huggins was the person who introduced Selenium in 2004. So who was he? He was an engineer at the ThoughtWorks. Why and how did he got out the idea for developing and introducing this Selenium? So he was doing some work on some web applications and suddenly he required some testing technique. Manual testing was a very long, a very time-taking task, and it actually requires a lot of time to do out that particular thing. So this was a place, there was a requirement, and when Jason Huggins developed Selenium, an automated testing tool. So whatever the testing you do with the Selenium, these are termed as Selenium testing. And what is that Selenium actually? So it is an open source tool, a portable framework which is used for automating out the tests which are administered on web browsers. It is only used for testing out the web applications such as shopping carts or email programs like Gmail, Yahoo. Shopping carts you all are familiar with, and nowadays everyone just prefer out shopping online and all those things. So yeah, these are the applications where you could just use out the Selenium. Now, why we should use Selenium with Python? In the starting as well, I told you that Selenium is one of the tools which can be performed with the help of Python programming language, and you could as well go ahead with the Selenium tool with the JavaScript as well. So now what's the use and what's the advantages more, why and we should use Selenium with Python? So let's go and see that. First of all, we are all familiar with the Python programming language, and there is no such doubt in saying that this is one of the important features of Python, that it is very fast and even easy to learn as well, right? It is a very simple language. So this is the first reason that why we should prefer Selenium with Python. So Python runs very faster. Absolutely right. It is a very faster language. It makes the use of indentation to initiate and end blocks. So the indentation which we have in Python, that is a very systematic thing. Even you just need to follow out as well very strictly. So what basically, let's say you just applied out some condition. So when you just apply out that, first of all, conditions and whatever the block of code you want to apply basically inside that condition. So first of all, your condition comes on the first line, and when you come to the next line, so there is some space left in the starting. After that, you start putting out your code of block which you want to put inside that condition. This is what indentation is, and it actually helps us to see that okay, where this particular code of block is ending, where this particular is starting. So it makes us easy to analyze all of these things, and this is why the use of indentation we will see. right? Next, it is very simple, absolutely right. The syntax which we have in Python is very much simple as well as compact. Yes, this that is simply and as well as very much compact compared to other programming languages. Hope you all are very much familiar with Python for now, so you must be very much familiar even with the features are which I just told you. It is very much faster. The indentation which we have here, it is very simple to use as well as compact. Other, if I just compare this with the other programming languages. So this is the first reason that why we use the Selenium with Python. Second thing, we have a tool which is called as WebDriver. In actually Selenium, we have this tool, right? WebDriver. This is a very important tool in Selenium. We'll be discussing about this in the further videos. Right now, for this particular thing, you could understand that, okay, WebDriver is an important tool in Selenium. So this tool which I was telling you about, WebDriver, that has a very strong bindings of Python programming language actually, right? So this is the important tool for easy user interfaces, that is WebDriver, and it really has the strong bindings for Python programming language. So this is one another reason that why we prefer Selenium with Python. Moving towards the third, it runs rapidly while making a comparison of another programming languages. So that is true that Python actually runs rapidly while making out a comparison of any other programming languages, right? The programming language is as well free and available as open source. Absolutely true. So Python is as well an open source language, right? Whosoever needs that, you could just simply download that and use it freely in any of the environments. Yes, this is as well the case. It's not the case that you just particularly need this only environment to work for Python. No, you could download any of the environments of your choice and there you could just download the Python programming language and simply you could just use that out. So we can say that it is as well free, available as open source, and you could simply download and use freely in any of the environments according to your choice. And the last one, it is easy to code and easy to read. That is one of the important points, one of the important features as well of the Python programming language, that it is very much easy to code out and even easy to read out, right? So hope you now just got out the idea regarding these 5 points, these 5 reasons that why Selenium with Python. Let me just quickly give you an overview. So Python runs very faster and makes use of indentation to initiate and end blocks. It is very simple as well as compact as compared to other programming languages, right? We have a very important tool which is WebDriver in Selenium, and that has the strong bindings for Python programming language. Python programming language runs rapidly, while if we just compare this with any other programming language, so it runs rapidly. This language is as well free and available as open source. So if you just need out, you could just quickly download that and freely you could just use that on any of the environments. And at last, it is very easy to code and the syntaxes, the programs which you write in Python programming language, that are easy to read as well. So these were the 5 reasons that why we prefer Selenium with Python. Now, here basically we have discussed about that what Selenium is and why we should prefer Selenium with the Python programming language. In the next set of video, we'll be seeing about the advantages and the limitations for the Selenium testing. Now we'll be seeing that what are the advantages for the Selenium testing. Let's go ahead with that. First of all, the very first advantage for the Selenium testing is that it supports the various programming languages to write the test scripts. As mentioned by me in the previous video, I had already told you where we discussed out the topic that why Selenium with Python. There I mentioned that Selenium is even, you can just do out the Selenium testing with the other programming languages as well. I took out the example for the Java script, right? So the same advantage is mentioned here that for writing out the test scripts, there are many programming languages which are supported. So whatever you are, whichever language you are familiar with, you could absolutely choose out that language and go ahead with that for writing out the test scripts. Another very important advantage, and even I could just say a very good feature for Selenium, is that it is supported on the various web browsers as well. You could take Mozilla Firefox, you can just go onto the Google Chrome, whatever web browser you are actually using out. The Selenium actually supports out many of the and various of the web browsers, right? Let's say you take Firefox, you take Google Chrome, or any other whatever you just want to take out, you can just as well go ahead with that. Right? Next, it supports the parallel test execution. Now, what parallel test execution is in detail, I'll be discussing further. For now, we could just understand that Selenium as well supports out the parallel test execution. It means I could just give you an overview that parallelly you could perform many tests onto a particular application. This is, I could just say, a simple definition regarding the parallel test execution, right? The Selenium actually supports out that particular thing. One another thing which is also mentioned into the definition for the Selenium as well, that it is an open source software. So you could just use that accordingly. Whenever you just switch out, you could just download that and use it accordingly. And basically it's a totally open source software, right? Next, Selenium as well supports out the different operating systems. I mentioned and told you that it supports out the various browsers. With the supporting of the various browsers, it as well supports and works on different operating systems. You take Windows, you take Linux, you take Mac, whatever you just take out. It supports all of these operating systems. Right, so these are some advantages of the Selenium testing. Now, what are the limitations as well? I mentioned in the starting that if something is having advantages, it will absolutely have some or the either limitations. So let's see what are the limitations of Selenium testing. So I mentioned that it works on the web browsers, right? I mentioned about this particular thing. So this is one of the limitation of the Selenium, that it only and only supports out the web-based applications. Right, whatever the application you are making, it only and only supports out the application which are web based, which basically work upon either Google or Mozilla Firefox. It just simply supports out those web based applications only. Now, whatever the new features are getting introduced into the Selenium testing, whatever the new features are getting introduced, they do not have a surety that they will work or they not work. Right, they may work out sometime, they may not work out sometime. So this is one of another limitations which is right nowadays facing for the Selenium testing. Right, another. Here are some important last three limitations about the Selenium testing. You can see that there are some use cases where the Selenium doesn't works out. The Selenium testing actually doesn't work. So first is the Selenium cannot perform testing on the images. The very first thing, that it cannot perform out any of the testing onto the images. The code which is written behind this testing and all the things, so that does not supports the testing on the images. You cannot automate out the captchas using the Selenium. Captchas right now, in today's world right now, everywhere we see out the captchas. Whenever you just log in onto any of the web browser, so you just any of the website, they ask for the captchas to fill out that, right? So Selenium cannot automate that. So captchas are not at all automated using the Selenium. And at last, that barcodes cannot be automated using Selenium. Neither the captchas nor the barcodes, neither of these are supported and can be automated using the Selenium. Right? These are some limitations for the Selenium testing. Hope you got that, but once again, let me go over them. So Selenium supports the web-based applications only. So whatever the applications you are having, Selenium only and only supports out the web-based applications. It doesn't support out the applications which you have made onto your any of the environment or something like that. It doesn't does that thing, okay? Second, the new features which are getting introduced, so they are a little bit of irresponsible. In that case, we just have a doubt sometime that either they work or they may not work. We are not too much or that much confirm about them. So this is what we can say, the irresponsibility of the new features. Now, whatever the Selenium cannot perform out the testing on the images. So if you just want to perform any test on the images, so in that case, Selenium cannot do out that particular thing. Right? The captchas which you have, these are not automated using the Selenium. and the barcodes are as well not automated using the Selenium. Right, so these are some of the limitations of the Selenium tools. Now I would be taking you through the summary of this particular section which we have discussed in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this module 2 of Selenium with Python. So in this particular module, what we are going to discuss is today, we are going to discuss about the Selenium suite of tools. We'll be discussing that what are the different tools which we have in Selenium. We'll be going through in detail for them. After that, we'll be going towards the navigating links using the get method. So we have one method in the Selenium. So how to navigate out to the different links with the help of that particular method we are going to discuss out. Then we'll be discussing about the Selenium locators. So there are different types of locators which are particularly used in the web pages. So we'll be going through them. And at last, we'll be seeing about the PyTest module that will be moving and using further in the modules. Right? It is the whole agenda that we are going to follow out. So let's get started here with the very first topic, and that is Selenium suite of tools. Firstly, let's see that what is first for Selenium suite of tools, and after that, what are the different components which we have right here. Okay. So as we all know that Selenium is a tool which basically consists of lots of software, right? Now like you can say the bunch of software which we have here, they are having some different methods for supporting out the automation testing techniques. We know that Selenium is totally based upon the automation testing. Right, this is the reason that's why Selenium was introduced for performing out the automation test. So in Selenium, we have a lot of softwares which have different methods for supporting out the automation testing techniques, right? And this is what we call as the Selenium suite of tools. Now, there are particularly 4 major components which are here in the Selenium suite of tools, and the very first one is the Selenium Integrated Development Environment, right? That is, we as well say it as Selenium IDE, right? After that, the second one is Selenium Remote Control. We often say that Selenium RC. We have Selenium WebDriver and we have Selenium Grid. So in the module 1, I had at some places particularly, I have taken the name of this WebDriver, right? So yeah, here we'll be discussing in detail that what does this actually means. So hope you just got out the idea that first of all, what is this? Like the Selenium is a tool which is having a lot of software which are particularly used in different methods for supporting out the automation testing techniques. Right, now basically it consists of 4 major components that they are described as Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, Selenium WebDriver and Selenium Grid. So now just let me quickly take you to the very first topic here, and that is Selenium RC. Right here we'll be seeing that what is Selenium RC. Now, okay, first of all, let me just tell you that whatever the 4 things I mentioned previously, the WebDriver, the RC, the IDE, and all of them, the things which I mentioned there at that particular place, these all are the frameworks here. Okay, these all play as a role for the frameworks. So this Selenium RC, like for this, we are just gonna talk right here. So it is a framework in which a developer is who writes out the test, who make out some web application, who is developing any product, that is a developer, right? So this is a framework in which a developer writes about the test instances. We just write out the test to perform the test that, okay, whatever you have, whatever product you have actually made out, is that bug and error free or not? If not, then perform out the relevant actions onto that. And if yes, it is totally error and bug free, then it is ready to go into the marketplace. So it is a type of framework in which the developers writes about the test instance. Now, what are these test instances used for which our developer is writing? So this basically helps us to go with the checks for the different internet functions. Whatever the internet functions we are going to write, and it basically helps us to go for the checks for different types of internet functions. Right, now whatever the test instances that I mentioned that a developer writes about, what is that totally? What we just write in that? So that totally consists of the test cases. Whatever the test instances a developer is writing about, that is in total consisting out all of the test cases Now, they can be written in any of the preferred programming language, which basically helps to check the user interface part. User interface part means the part in which a user works out. Like, let's say I just made out any login page. So in that, I would be the user. I would be entering my login details. I would be entering my username, my password. There would be one option for the sign in as well, that if I do not have any particular account into that, I would be signing in. So these are all the parts for the user, right? These are the user interface parts. So the test instances which a developer writes, right? Whatever the test instances written by a developer, that totally consists of the test cases that can be written in any of the preferred programming language. And why are they written out? They are written to check the user interface part, right? This is what the Selenium RC first for does. It is a type of framework in which a developer writes out the test cases in whatever the preferred programming language that developer wants. He or she can just write out, and it helps us to check out the user interface part. So when a developer wants to check out the user interface part, so in that case, the Selenium RC framework is used. I hope first of all till this particular point it's very much clear to you that what first for Selenium RC does and what is the use of the Selenium RC, that why we just use this framework in our tool development, right? Next, what type of language and what type of engine is basically supported by Selenium RC? So in Selenium RC, the main engine is supported by the JavaScript. Make sure to remember this line very much carefully, that it's not the main engine for the Selenium RC is Python. No, the main engine for Selenium RC is supported by JavaScript, right? And one more thing regarding the Selenium RC, even a very important tool, that it does not follow the pure object-oriented programming. So, hope you just got out the idea regarding Selenium RC. Let me just quickly give you a revision that it's a framework in which a developer writes about the test instances, which helps us to go through the different internet function checks. Now, the test instances which are written by the developer, this totally consists of the test cases, and yeah, a developer is free to use any preferred programming language which he or she is comfortable with. And why to just write out that particular test cases? So these are written to check out the user interface part. User interface part, I had already briefed you that what is that actually, right? Now the main engine of Selenium RC is supported by the JavaScript, and Selenium RC does not follow out the pure object-oriented programming. Right, so hope first of all the Selenium RC is very much clear to you that what is this framework, what is this used for, what are the features of this, what's the main engine, what concept it does not follow. All of these things are very much clear to you. Now let me take you to the second topic here, that is Selenium IDE. As mentioned in the very first slide, IDE, the full form for this particular thing is Integrated Development Environment, right? Now, what's the use of introducing out this particular framework? We were already having one. Previously, we had studied that in a very detailed way. We were already having out one tool. What's the use of developing other and different frameworks here? See, this IDE tool, the Selenium IDE tool, which we are going to study, this is the very easiest web automation tool. When you just are making any website, or you are doing some stuff with the automation of a website and all those things, or any web automation tool you're performing out, in that case, it is the very easy tool to go ahead with, right? If you're a person who is going for the web automation, so yeah, you can surely select out the Selenium IDE for carrying out your test and all those things, right? Now, even as I mentioned that it is a very easiest web automation tool, which is totally present for whatever the Selenium suite of tools we have defined previously. We have defined 4, right? So among those 4 among those 4 suite of tools, this is the very easiest tool which we have here. This is the very easiest web automation tool. Till now, you must be very much familiar and very much clear with this particular thing, that Selenium only and only deals with the web automation. This thing we have already discussed in very much detail in the module number 1, where I introduced you to Selenium. I told you that Selenium is a tool which only and only deals with the web automation. Right, that is thing very much clear. So whatever the suite of tools we are studying right here, these all are only for the web automation. Please make sure to keep this particular thing in your mind, right? As I am mentioning that it is the easiest web automation tool. So obviously it is a tool which would be very much easy to learn, right? Now, next thing about the Selenium IDE is that it is an add-on of Firefox so that tests are created quickly through its works and functionality. Now, this is, you can say, it is an add-on of Firefox. Why? So because so that whatever the test you are creating, that quickly works, and whatever the functionality you are writing out, all of those things just perform out quickly, right? This feature, actually we just see that the feature which I had mentioned right here, that it is an add-on Firefox so that tests are created quickly through its works and functionality. This is totally similar to the QTP. QTP is basically the quick test professional. It is as well a feature. Okay, right. Next, it is very much simple that again and again I'm just mentioning out this thing that it is a simple tool to go ahead with, and it is used for prototyping the tools and not for developing complex test suites. Now, whenever you are just want to develop out some complex test and all those things, so in that case, the Selenium IDE is not the tool that you need to select out. No, it's only and only used for prototyping of the tools. Okay, only use for prototyping tools. It's not for developing out the complex test. So make sure that at what place, where tool you need to use out, which tool is the best fit for which place, right? Please make sure to understand that thing as well here. So this the Selenium IDE as well as only and only supports out the Firefox and the Chrome plugin. Make sure to remember this thing as well, that what are the plugins which a particular suite of tool is selecting out, which is particular suite of tools supports. So if we talk about IDE, so it simply supports out the Firefox and the Chrome plugin. Okay, it means that you will not be able to record out your test cases in any of the other I can say plugin except Firefox and Chrome, right? We have mentioned the Selenium that it is used for all of the plugins, all of the things, all of the operating systems. But when you just talk about IDE, so in that case, it is simply able to record your test only and only on the Firefox and the Chrome. Right, so hope we first of all got this idea as well regarding the IDE, that what is this? So it is a tool, easiest web automation tool which you have in Selenium suite. It's a easy to learn and a very simple tool to go ahead with. It's simply used for prototyping tools. It does not support out for the developing of the complex test suites, and it's only and only supports out the Firefox and the Chrome plugin. Other than these two, it doesn't support any of the plugins. Right, so hope you are now very much clear with this Selenium IDE as well. Right, so see you in the next video. So now the next tool which we are going to discuss is Selenium Grid. We have already discussed about the IDE and the RC in the previous thing, and right here we are going to discuss about the Selenium Grid. Now, what is this tool used for, and what's the necessity of using out this grid tool for the Selenium? Right, let's discuss. Now, this is one of the tools in the Selenium suite of tools which have a client and a server as well. Now, what's the use of having client and server here? So, it basically helps you to do out the parallel testing. It means that on various browsers, it basically have a different operating system combinations. So whenever you are using out the Selenium Grid, so in that you have a client server which basically helps you to perform out the parallel testing. Parallel testing means to perform out the test on various browsers at one single time. This is what is actually meant by parallel testing, right? Okay. Now, as I mentioned, on various browsers and different operating combinations. So you can just perform out this parallel testing on different browsers and even on the different operating system combinations as well, right? This is the thing, first of all, that why Selenium grid is used. Fine. Next, in this, when you are doing out the parallel testing, it means that you can just run out the test onto different browsers and even onto different operating system combinations. So in that case, obviously you would be needing out the multiple report machines, right? Even you will be needing out several servers as well, so to run out your scripts for automating out the browser, right? So in that case, the Selenium grid tool allows you to connect out multiple remote machines which have a server. And why? So that you can run a script for automating the browser, right? This is one another feature which we have in the Selenium grid, that it completely allows you to connect multiple remote machines with a server, using which you can run a script for automating the browser. Now, if you want to automate the runner script for automating a browser, so in that case, you obviously need to connect out multiple remote machines with the server, right? Then in that case only, you would be able to run out a script for automating the browsers. So Selenium Grid is that particular tool which allows you to do out this particular thing. We have a client server, right? In Selenium Grid, we have a client server which helps you to do out the parallel testing on various browsers, even on various operating system combinations, right? So to do out this parallel testing and apply on various browsers, it simply allows you to connect multiple remote machines with a server, using which you can run out your scripts for automating out the browser, right? Now, the server, again and again, which I am saying that okay, you can connect to a different server and you could just have multiple servers. This server word I am using again and again from the last of two lines, right? Now what is that server? So that we called as hub. Okay, the another name for that particular server, we call it as hub, HUB, right? Now what is that used for? So this hub actually interacts with the multiple clients, right? This is why I was again and again saying that okay, you can connect with a server and you can run all of these things. So that server is actually named as a hub, and which basically allows you to interact with the multiple clients, right? Now, what is the Selenium grid used for? What are the two different cases in which we use out the Selenium grid suite of tools? First one is whenever you want to reduce out the time. So obviously, when you are allowed to do the parallel testing, it means you can run out your test on various browsers, on different operating system combinations. You could do all of these things, and you could interact with multiple clients. So in that case, what it helps you to do? It simply helps you to reduce out the time. So obviously, it is one of the case that Selenium grid helps you to reduce out the time. Second one, I had already mentioned that you can run the test on the different browsers, that we had already seen in the parallel testing, that in the case you want to run out the test on different browsers. So in that particular case, we just use out the Selenium grid, right? So let me just quickly give you again an overview regarding the Selenium grid. So it's a tool in which we have a client server which helps you to do out the parallel testing. That parallel testing can be performed on various browsers and various operating system combinations. Even you can connect multiple remote machines with a server. That server is as well called as hub, which means you can interact with multiple clients at with the help of one single remote machine, on which you can run a script for automating the browsers, right? It means basically that whatever the multiple remote machines, you can connect with multiple root machines with a server, and server is what? It is a hub which interacts with the multiple clients. So it means you can connect multiple remote machines with multiple clients, using which you can run your scripts for automating out the browser. The two use cases for the Selenium grid are, very first is it helps you to reduce out the time, and second one is that it helps you to run the test on different browsers, Right, hope you are now very much clear with this Selenium grid. Next, we are having here the WebDriver. Now, this is the last suite of tool in the Selenium, and that is the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, it is actually a open source API. Okay, it is an open source assemblage of API. Now, even it is the most important component of a Selenium tool suite. Right, what it is used for? It is used for testing out the web application. That is the right thing, because as I mentioned in the starting as well, that Selenium is used for testing out the web applications. So Selenium WebDriver, first of all, it is an open source assemblage of APIs. It means that WebDriver is an open source assembly. I can say that it is a collection of APIs. You could just say the simple word if you just point out that it is a open source collection of APIs, right? Even it is the most important component in the Selenium tool suite. What it is used for? It is used for testing out the web applications. What is now actually WebDriver? So this WebDriver API, it is integrated with the latest release of Selenium, which is Selenium 2.0. Now, this is why I was saying that it is one of the important components of Selenium tool. First reason is that it is totally integrated with the latest release of Selenium, right? So basically it provides out a simpler and a condensed programming loop. Simpler and you could say a compressed, assured programming loop actually. Right, this is the very first reason that I mentioned here, that it is one of the most important components of the Selenium tool. Next, the test scripts which you write in the Selenium WebDriver, these can be developed with any of the programming languages according to your choice, and it can be executed in any of the fancy web browsers. In any of the browsers, you could execute the test and you could write out that particular test in any of the programming languages. We learned about Selenium RC, right? We learned about IDE. We learned about grid. Now here in this WebDriver, it is the first of all, the most latest one. Secondly, it is integrated with the latest release of Selenium. It means that it has many more features. It provides you a simpler and it provides you a compressive programming loop. This is what we can say first of all for this WebDriver. Secondly, it is supported by any of the programming language according to your choice, and it can be executed in any of the modern or any of the fancy browsers, right? Whatever browser you choose, you will be able to run out the test scripts written in with the help of Selenium WebDriver and written with the help of any of the programming languages. You take Java, you take C Sharp, you take PHP, Python, Perl, Ruby, whatever you take. It supports all of these programming languages which I have mentioned. Even I have written out here as well that Selenium WebDriver supports Java, C Sharp, PHP, Python, Perl, and Ruby, right? So this is why this WebDriver tool is an important component of a Selenium tool suite, right? This is the reason that I was saying that it is an important component. Even it is used for testing out the web applications as well, but yeah, it has many different features, like you could just use any programming language. It's not the case that you should now be familiar with any particular disk. No, if you are familiar with any of the programming language, you could just use that particular, write out the test in that particular language, and you could just execute that on any of the modern or any of the fancy browsers, whatever you are just comfortable with. It do not requires only and only the plugins of Firefox and Google Chrome, right? Once in the previous slides we had seen that one of the tools required simply the only and only the plugins for the Chrome and the Firefox, but no, it's not the case here in the WebDriver, and even it is an open source one, so it's a collection of different APIs. Right, so hope you got out the idea regarding the WebDriver as well, that what is the Selenium WebDriver. And here we completed all the 4 tools of the Selenium. So Selenium, the first one we discussed about the Selenium RC, then we had seen IDE, then we had seen Grid, and here we finish up with the WebDriver. Now we're moving towards the next topic. Now we'll be discussing about the navigating links using the get method. So here we'll be seeing that what is this get method, and with the help of that how you can navigate the link. So let's move on to the next slide right here. So here we'll be discussing about the get method. So how to navigate out the links using the Python Selenium. So whenever you want out to navigate the links using the Python Selenium, so in that case we have a method, and that is called the get method. A get is a method which is used to navigate particular URLs or websites and wait till the page loads. You want to go to the particular website, you want to go to a particular URL. So in that case, this get is the method which helps you to do out the same thing, and it basically runs, and it basically waits till the page gets loaded, right? Whatever the page you are wanting to go ahead for, and whatever the URL or whatever the website particularly you are navigating, it helps to load that page. It waits till that particular page has been loaded, right? So when you want to navigate the links using Python Selenium, so in that case, this get is the method which helps you to navigate to a particular URL or a website and wait till the page gets loaded. Now, how does that things happen out to WebDriver? WebDriver is that Selenium sort of tool which waits until the page, whichever the page you are actually looking for and onto whichever the page you want to navigate out, it waits until that particular page has been completely loaded before returning control to your test or the script. Let's say you are writing out any test or you're writing out any script. So in that case, you just want to navigate to a particular URL or a particular website. So yeah, you wrote out the code, you wrote out the program for that particular thing. So in that case, WebDriver, the WebDriver suite of tool, what it does, it waits till the time the page has fully loaded. Before it returns to the control of your test which you are writing, it waits at that particular time, it waits at that particular place, and till the time it has fully loaded, it stays on that particular time, on that particular page only, and as soon as that has been loaded, it comes back to the control of your test or the script whichever you are writing, right? Next, what's the syntax that we use? So simply we just, as I mentioned, that these things are done by the WebDriver sort of tool. So in that case, you use out this driver, which is written out under the syntax part at this particular place. So this driver is actually referring to this particular WebDriver suite of tool, which we actually have out here. Now, after that, as I'm mentioning that get method. Methods are as well the functions only, right? You call it as a method or you call it as a function. It doesn't matter too much. So this get is a function which you are a method which you are actually calling out here. So driver.get, and into the bracket you put out that particular website which you want to go through with, right? On which you want to navigate out, on which particular website you want to navigate, on which particular website you want to go, you would be entering that particular website inside these brackets, right? Hope I just made this thing very much clear to you that what is this get method, and if you just want to navigate out the links using the Python Selenium, so get is the method that helps you to do the particular thing, and WebDriver Selenium sort of tools is the one which waits until your page has completely loaded before returning to the control of the test or the script which you were actually performing out, right? Hope you got out this idea very much clearly regarding the get method. Now, we have the Selenium locators. Now we'll be discussing about the Selenium locators in a detail, that what are these, what are the subtopics that come under this particular topic, and what is this actually used for. Now, whenever you want to locate out any element on a web page, locate out element, what does this actually means? It means you want to put out any name, you want to put out any links and all those things onto a web page. You must have must have made out any website, or even you haven't made out. But yeah, you have gone through a website. Yeah, you always go through a website to see that out. So you are aware that what's the structure of a website. You need to log in there. You need to either sign in or log in, whatever you just are comfortable with. After that, you have a name, you have different text, you have different links. All of these things are there onto a web page, right? Now, if you want to go ahead with all of these things with the Selenium tool, so in that case, we have the Selenium locators. So in Selenium, we have a wide range of locators which helps you to locate out the elements onto a web page, right? So this is the first of all use of the Selenium locators that we are going to study, that they help you completely to locate out the elements onto a web page. Now, what are the different Selenium locators which we have here? So Selenium gives user options to locate elements in different ways, right? It gives the user options to locate out the elements in the different ways. You have ID, you have name, you have link text, you have partial link text, we have tag name, and we have class name. So these are some of the locators which Selenium gives the user options to locate out the elements in different ways. Right now, I'll be walking through each of them separately. The very first thing that we are going to discuss is locate element by ID. Now, locating by ID is the most frequent method of locating elements, right? Why? What's the reason for this thing? That why it is the most frequent method for locating out the elements? So the reason for that is IDs are always unique. Okay, IDs are always unique. You take a student, you take a teacher, you take a employee, whatever you just take out. We all of them have IDs, right? And these are unique to each other. You take your Aadhaar number, right? That is the ID, right? That is the ID which you have. You take Aadhaar card, you take PAN card, you take voter card, whatever you just take out. What are all these? These are the IDs only, right? And these are unique to each and every person, right? This is why we say that the locating by ID, right, is the very frequent method for locating out the elements, right? Because IDs are supposed to be unique, right? So here the syntax for the same is, we have this find element. We just use out this by function, put out a dot, and here we just use out the ID function which we have here for locating the element by ID, right? This is how we just locate out the element by ID. Next we here have the locate element by the name. Now, okay, there is a fallback option when ID for element is not present, right? Now, there can be an option that you are not, that there but must be an option that you cannot put your ID, okay, for that element. The ID option must not be present. So in that case, what we do, we simply and mostly use out the names, right? Because names are used again and again. So basically that before using that particular name, make sure that the name is unique on the page before using that out, right? So this is one of the another elements which we have. So ID element may not be present at every time, right? It's not the case. It's the case that at each and every time this ID element is not present. So in that case, what we do, we locate out the element by name. But mostly names are used again and again. So we need to make sure one particular thing here, that whatever the name you are using, that is unique on the page, right? On that particular page, whatever the name you are using, that's absolutely unique. Means that is not used by any other person before, right? Because mostly people prefer by the names, right? They just locate out the elements by the name. If the element, if the ID element is not present, so name is the one which is preferred. So yeah, that needs to be unique before using that out. You need to check that out. And what's the syntax for using that out? So find name. Here's the find element by dot name, right? Okay. One another thing that we'll be discussing about all of these practicals in a short while. Okay, so make sure we'll be doing out the practical things as well, but in a short while. Let me first of all give you the idea regarding all the locators which we have here. After that, it would be much easier to go through the practical things and understand these things in a practical, that how to use these out, right? Let's go to the next point. here next we have locating the element by the linked list. Now another way for the Selenium locators, another way for locating out the element. So it helps you to find out the hyperlink on a web page, right? So whenever you are using out the linked text, whenever you are locating out the element by the linked text, so it particularly and it basically helps you to find the hyperlink on our web page. So how we just locate out the element using the linked text? So we locate out this using out the anchor tags. Now anchor tags, tag maybe you have heard in HTML or maybe you haven't heard about. But yeah, in HTML we have different tags. So this anchor tag is one of them. Right, so first of all, linked text helps you to find out the hyperlink on our web page, and we use anchor tag to locate out the element using linked text. Right, what's the syntax for that particular thing? So the syntax is find element by dot link text, and in the bracket you need to put out that particular link which you want to go ahead with. Right, for which you just want to find the hyperlink on a web page, put out that particular link here inside that. Right, this is how this locate element by linked text actually works out. This is how this particular function works, right? Now we'll be seeing about locating the elements by the partial linked text. Now, there can be a case that sometimes you need to find the link by a portion of a text. Let's say you are just using out the linked text element, and in that you need to find out the link. Okay, you need to find the link by a portion of a text, by a small portion of a text, you need to find out the link. So in that case, we use out the partial linked text. The work for both of them is absolutely actually similar to each other for the partial linked text and for the linked text as well. But for using out the linked text, a small condition applies here that in the linked text element, sometimes you actually need to find the link by a portion of a text. So whenever you just need to find the link by a portion of a text, so in that case we use out this partial link text. This is the use of this particular element, that why we just use this out. So the syntax is absolutely same. Here comes the find element, in the bracket we have by dot, and instead of the function that link text, simply here comes the partial link text, and in the bracket you need to put out that particular link. Right, hope you just got the idea regarding this particular thing. Next here we have locate out the element by the tag name. Okay, now let's say you have some options for you need to put out some drop downs, you need to put out some buttons, you need to put out some check boxes and all those things, right? So in that case, this tag name is the element which you use out, right? So tag name, you can use this for the elements like drop downs, like check boxes, like radio buttons and all these things. Okay, so following HTML is for drop down with 3 values, right? Like you can just use out these, and as well as you just use out this HTML for the drop down with the values, right? You can just use out with these 3 values. To select that drop down, we will use the tag name locator. As I mentioned that these are the cases where you just need to select out, you just have some drop downs, you need to select out some check boxes, you have some radio buttons as well. So in that case, you just use out this tag name element, right? So, okay. Now, whenever you are just selecting out a drop down, so in that case, you'll be using out the tag name locator. Same thing that I just mentioned right here. The syntax is absolutely the same thing. That's the find element by dot tag name. Okay. So yeah, here we just seen about the tag name. Let's move on to the next slide here, and that is locate the element by class name. Now, this is one of the locators which we can use as the option for either the name or the ID one. Okay, we had seen locate elements by name and locate elements by ID. So this locator you could use in case of any of these, in case of the name or in the case of the ID. But this condition applies here that the the class name shall be unique, and Selenium will locate out the first element present on the page with the class name we have used to locate out the element. The condition actually remains out the same, that it should be unique. Or basically what will Selenium, if this is not the case, so what will Selenium automatically do? It will locate out the first element present on the page with the class name we have used to locate out the element. Whatever the class name you have used to locate out the element, what will Selenium do if the class name shall be unique and if it is not? So in that case, it will locate the first element present on the page with the class name which we have used to locate out the element. This is what is used. So class name is, you can use is it as a fallback option for either the name one, or either locating element by name or locating the element by ID. But as I mentioned, the condition is absolutely same. That should be unique. Right, and the syntax for the same is again mentioned, that is find element by dot class name. Right, so hope you just got out this thing as well. Now here we just wrote out the Selenium locators. We had seen about the different Selenium locators which we are having right in this particular place. Hello everyone, so in this particular module we are going to learn that how you can automate out a WhatsApp bot with the help of Selenium with Python. So this is the topic that we are going to discuss right today, and we'll be making out a quick project with the help of this particular Selenium library, right? So in that case, what I'll be doing is that I'll be automating and making out a WhatsApp bot with the help of the Selenium, and that Selenium will be with the Python itself, right? So I would just not waste out too much of time here. As soon as we proceed on with the things, in that case only I'll be giving you the reference of the things, whatever the things are needed to be put on, and from where to get out these particular things and the link, right? Okay. So here what I'll be doing is that first of all I'll be writing out your import SYS. This is one of the libraries that I would be importing out. Your SYS is basically for my system, right? Next, I'll be importing out my time library. What's that time library used for? So time I'll be importing so that, let me just give you a scenario here. Let's say I had just opened out my file. Okay, my WhatsApp has been opened. Now, into that case as well, I would be getting out and giving it out some time, that within this particular interval of time, if my message has been sent through my bot, then that is okay. Otherwise, show me the error that it is not getting executed and the time limit has exceeded. So I just want all of these things to be automated on a particular time, so as to get the ease of writing the code first of all, so as to get the ease of watching out the output, and so as to get the ease of getting and seeing out the output. Right, this is the idea. That's why I have imported out this time module here. Hope you got out this idea as well. Next, again, I would repeat out, we'll be using out the WebDriver suite of tools from the Selenium. What's the reason? WebDriver is one of the suite of tools which is most beneficial and it's most accurate whenever you are going to deal out with the web automation parts. Here in this particular case, what we are going to do out? We are going to do out the web automation, right? Whatever the WhatsApp will be automating out. So if you are using out your PC or laptop, into that only you'll be writing out your programs. Right, so in that case, what happens out? In that case, your WhatsApp gets executed onto your web. Let's take it Chrome or take it Firefox, whatever you just wish out, take that. And onto that part only, your WhatsApp gets executed. So yes, that's a web. That's the reason WebDriver is one of the tools which is mostly and the best suited for the web automation. And the reason is I would be using out that here. Fine. So let's write out here that from Selenium import, and here goes the WebDriver. So I have just imported out the WebDriver from my Selenium library. WebDriver is one tool which you have in the Selenium. So if you just want to import that out, first of all you need to import out the Selenium, then only you could import out the WebDriver, right? And right, it's all for now. I would be just, what I'll be doing is that I'll be proceeding on with the code, and what are the other things we need to import, that I'll be importing afterwards as soon as we get out the use of them. Right. Okay. So now the very first thing that I would be making out here is that I'll be making out a function for getting the user. Right, for entering the name of the user, for opening out the search box. You remember that we see out the search box above, right? For automating that out and for getting out those things, I would be writing out here the function. So my function, I'll be making out div, and let's say user underscore chat, my function. Into the bracket, okay, that's underscore, I'm sorry, right here. Putting out the colon, coming to the new line. Now, what I'll be doing is that I'll be selecting out a text box for the chart, but for that I would simply write out here pass and give out the functions for automating out my WhatsApp, because till the time the WhatsApp hasn't been automated, I would not be able to go ahead with these particular things. I would not be able to open out my WhatsApp, right? So what I would just do here is that I would simply write out here my main function. So if underscore, that's, I would simply write out main and hit enter. Now this is the main function which we have here into this Python programming language. We see the main function of the main is that it helps you that, let's say you just imported out this file onto the other file as well. You want to use out some functions. So if you are not using out this main function, so those functions will not be executed. I mean that all of the ones will be executed and you would not get out your relevant output. In that case, this main is one of the functions which help you to restrict out your output. Whatever the functions you're going to call inside the main, only that will be executed here in this particular file. Hope you got out the little idea regarding this main function, right? Okay, this is all set. Now after this, what I'll be doing is that I would be first of all writing out my WhatsApp like link form. For that form we'll be getting out the things, right? So let's go ahead and let's make out an I could just simply say a variable my underscore options. Okay, a variable. Now into this I'll be first of all using out that WebDriver module, WebDriver function which we have already imported above, putting out a dot here, and as I am executing that with the help of my Chrome browser, so in that case I'll be using out here the Chrome options, right? Fine, this is all set. Next, what I just need to do is that now in this case I need to get out my Chrome driver. Here is the case where I need to enter out my Chrome driver. Now just one second, let me just open out from this particular site and let me go on to the folder. Okay, this is one of the folders which I have here, that's the Great Learning folder, and inside that I have this Chrome driver.exe. Now whenever you are using out the Chrome driver into your particular project, in whenever project you are using a Chrome driver, you need to have that separately installed here. Simply go onto the Google and write the Chrome driver install, and you'll be getting out an exe file, and you could simply install that out, right? That's okay. That you will be able to do onto your own, that because that's not that much difficult. Second thing to keep in mind here, very, very clear, please listen to me very much carefully right here. Whatever the file, in whatever the file you are writing out your project, right, that file will be saved onto a particular folder. Make sure to save that Chrome driver.exe into the same folder where your file is being saved, into which you are writing out your code. Please make sure to do out that particular thing, otherwise this project will not at all get executed. You must have written all the things absolutely correct, but if you do not have Chrome driver in the exe format saved onto that particular folder where you are writing out the project, so it would not get executed, right? So please remember out this thing. So yeah, this Chrome options is done. Coming to the new line, I'll be writing here browser, my variable name, putting out that equal to sign, and here using out the WebDriver dot Chrome browser that I was referring to. So this option, right, putting out the brackets here, and now what I'll be needing is that I'll be needing out a Chrome driver.exe. So mentioning that out here. So just have a look at here, this Chrome driver.exe is automatically, like I had already saved that out. That's the reason I could just put out here as simply. Now if that hasn't been into this particular place, so it would have shown me red zigzag line under this particular name which I had put on. So it means that this particular file isn't into your folder. So make it and put it into your folder, right? Putting out a comma here, and I have next parameter which is options. So we want to have out the Chrome options, this WebDriver.Chrome options, right? So into this options parameter, I'll be passing on the same variable, which is my underscore options. Hope you got out this idea again very much carefully. And now in the last line, I'll be writing out here browser dot. Now I'll be using out the get function, and with the help of that get function, I'll be writing out the link for automating out and opening out my WhatsApp. Right? So colon double slash, we have WhatsApp. Okay, that's web.whatsapp. So it's web.whatsapp.com. Right? This is the link only. Mention that out. Now what I'll be just doing is that I'll be simply writing out here. I'll just give it some time to sleep, and let's say that's 20 seconds. Okay. Now I would just not be proceeding right here for too much things. I would just simply run it out here so that my WhatsApp gets open for me, and now I could just execute get out the things as well here. Okay, I just need to link that out with the help of this code. So yeah, just let me quickly scan that out here. So yes, done. So now it's the time for automating and save. So yes, here it is how it looks like. Here is how this particular WhatsApp is being opened with the help of this. Now what I'll be doing is that I will be at one single time, I will be telling you that what are the things that we'll be needing here, what are the links that we'll be first of all needing. Fine. So the very first link that I'll be taking is of this particular. Let me just take it to above once again, of this particular search bar which we have. Because here the name would be searched of that person whom I just want to WhatsApp, right? For whom I just want to send out message using the WhatsApp bot. So at this particular place, the name of that person would be mentioned out. So what I would just do again, I would click on this place and do the right click. Go on to the inspect function. And yes, right here now I have some codes which are being actually written out with which it is getting executed. I would click on this arrow button, right? And now I would just go on this particular bar, right? So this is the particular place where this bar has been, the things for this has been written out. I would just do the right click on copy and go on to the copy X path. See, this is the procedure that you as well need to follow out for getting out the X path for any of the particular place. Let's say you have this caught out for this. You open out any particular person, and here you just, let's say I just open out this particular person here. Let me close this out first of all. Yeah, this person has been opened, let's say. Right, now you just want to get out this typed a message box path, that what is it written here. So do on to the right click, go on to this inspect function and simply click on the arrow and come to this box. It will display you that, okay, what is the place where this particular link has been given. Again, do out to right click on copy and go copy out the X path. Right, hope you just got out the idea first of all very much carefully, whatever I was just trying to convey from here, that how you could execute out these particular things, right? Okay, now I'll be defining out that user chat option which I had left previously. Okay, let's get started. So here instead of this path, I will be coming down and making out some things. So I'll be using out one variable, that is let's say chat underscore name, my variable. Okay. So now here I'll be setting out that browser. So my browser name which we had used is simply browser, right? I just use out browser. You're not Chrome browser. Fine. Putting out a dot and giving out my function here, I'll be executing that with the X path, right? So this is the function that I'll be using out, putting out these double single inverted commas and pasting that out. So now whatever we had copied from there for that search button or the search portion, so that has been copied out here at this particular place. Hope you got out the idea now clearly, that what I was trying to do out. So this one is being executed. This is the place where you would be selecting out your search text, search name box which I had shown you previously, right? So after that, I would just write chat.new and just simply use out my click function. That has been done, right? Now I just will be entering out the name of that person whom I just want to get out and even I just want to send out the message for, right? So for that person, again, I'm writing out some code here. So let's say user underscore chat, my variable name. I would use here browser because that's the variable into which I had set out that I just execute these things on the Chrome browser. So that's the reason I would again and again be using out this particular browser every place wherever I'd be executing any particular thing. In that case, I'd be using this out. Right, putting on to this particular, and okay, now what I would just do, I would just not go again because I just need to sign in again. So in that case, I could simply write out the path because that's not that much difficult to get out the things. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me show you this thing once again right here. So okay, let me comment out this line. So here it is getting commented and simply run it out. And now nothing will be happened for whatever the things I have written because I haven't called out my function yet. Okay, so that's the reason that it would not be getting out executed right here at this particular place, right? Fine, so that has been actually linked out. Let's quickly open that. Yeah, actually it depends on to the total that connection, that what type of internet connection you are having. So this is my search box. Okay, this is my search box. Now from here I'd be just writing out, let's say, any particular person name, and now I would be getting out the inspect for this particular thing again as well. Fine. So I would just click on this and copying out this name. Control C, copy out and copy X path. Fine. Closing this out and mentioning that path here inside this. I hope you got out the idea, and that would be absolutely same to the above one, right? The reason is that because whatever the things we have entered, that are absolutely same, right? And I would be just now making out some changes onto my own here because I just do not want that name to be getting displayed. I just want some other thing. So I would just put on some path according to me here. You could as well use out the same path. Why? The reason is the things whatever are there that are absolutely same. That doesn't make any too much difference here and too much sense here to write out the same path or to the different. That would make sense when you are writing out any particular username. But here you do not have any particular username. So in that case, it doesn't make out that much sense. So I would just write out here. Fine. Right, that I have simply entered out. And if you have done that thing with the help of that previous one as well, then as well it would be executed actually. Right, there's no such thing like that. So after this, I have the user underscore chat, putting out a dot and using out here my send keys function, and inside that I would be passing on one name. So that's name underscore user, one of my variables, and that I'll be passing inside the function as well, name underscore user. That I'll be making in some time. Okay. Again, I'll be giving it a time.sleep. So time.sleep, and here comes, let's say, 2 seconds. Simply 2 seconds, right? I do not want too much of time here. Next. Now here I'll be using out the try and except functions. So that try and except functions will help me to get out some things for me. So here comes the try, putting out a colon and coming to the new line. So from that try and except function, I would be executing out, and inside this, I'd be selecting out my title name. So let's come down here and select out a title name here. So let's give it out a name. Let's say that's user is equal to, so variable, my variable is browser that we have already made out. Putting out a dot here and finding out the element by the X path. Browser dot find element by X path, putting on the single bracket. And now here I would be just simply writing out some things from my side. I would just not go again and copy that out. So yeah, you could as well write out because that's again the same one, right? Whenever it will be different for you and for me, I would surely let you know at that particular place, right? It's not that case, okay? Okay, this bracket has been opened. It will be closed at the last. Simply write inside this one right here. Putting out a comma. Using out my format function. Now, why I am using out my format function? Because I have a particular name. I have a particular list of persons to whom I just want to send out this message. So in that case only, I just used out that particular format function. It will be sent to all of those persons whomsoever I save in that list that I'll be making afterwards, and that variable will be Chrome, that's user one. Let me show you. Name underscore user. Okay, hope you got that idea. So yeah, user.click, that as well will be written at every place. That is done. Then comes my accept function, that would be gone here. So it's accept. I'll be writing accept exception as E, putting out the colon, coming to the new line. And I could just simply write out one print statement. That would be the username you have given, that's not in the list. For that, I could use out a F string. That user name is being saved in the name underscore user variable, right? Is not in the list, right? Is not in the contacts, I could simply write out. Yeah, this would make sense actually. Okay, let me just quickly again explain you that what I have done here with the F strings part. So F strings, okay. Let's say you are making out any program or writing out any project. In that you have some variables, and inside those variables, some text is being stored or some values are being stored, right? And you just want out those values, those text to be displayed here in between of your sentence, whatever you are writing. So instead of using that format function again and again, you could simply use out this F strings. It also as well does out the same thing which is done by the format function, but the thing is that it's easier to use out, right? So what we'll do is simply write out F in the starting, put out the double inverted commas, and inside that write out your sentence. Now whatever the variable name is there, and at whatever the place you just want the value of that particular variable to come. In that case, you could just put on these curly braces, and inside that you could just write out your variable name, and it will absolutely show you the desired output, right? Hope that is absolutely clear to you. This one is done. I just want to use one more exception here, so I could just simply write out that. Maybe I don't know you know this thing or no, but I would just let you know once that with one try you could use as many as except functions you want. It's not compulsory that for using the except, for using like 2 or 3 except, you just need to write 2 or 3 try functions. No, you write out one try function, and after that you could write any n number of except functions. Okay, and if this is not the case, if the try function isn't working properly, so in that case, just close out the browser as well. So I just want to now close out my browser for my exception, that if the things are not getting accurate, so just close out my browser. Browser dot close my function. And I just want to print out the exception as well, that let me know that what's the exception as well here, right? If basically the person's name is not there, then in that case, print me out this particular statement. And other than that, if any such kind of error is in the try function, if there is any error here in the try one, this one, so in that case, let me know that particular exception as well. And at last, here we'll be exiting it out. So sys.exist, right? Okay, that has been done here. Now what we will be having is that I had already made out my main function. So let me just take it above, right here. My main function is already designed, so some of the things are written here, some are still to be written out. So let's go ahead. I'll be making out one variable name here. Let's say that name underscore list. I'll be making out a list. Inside that, you are always able to write out the name for those persons whom you just want to send out the message from this bot which we are gonna make. Let's say the person for whom I just want to send out the message, I have written out that particular person's name inside this list. It as well mandatory for you as well to write out the name, right? Applying out my for loop. So if there in case there are many persons inside this, so we just need to use out the for loop. And if there is one, then also this for loop will actually work. There is no such case right here. So we are making out a program in such a way that you just put in like 3, 4, 5 persons at one time, then also it gets executed. And if you are putting out one single person's name, then at that case as well it gets the output, right? I'm just trying to write out the code in this such way, right? So if that's user underscore name, I guess, what was that? Okay, let me just write out let's see what was that variable which we had actually used above. So okay, let me just go on to the function that was name underscore user. Yeah, for name underscore user. Okay, for name underscore user in this name list, name underscore list, putting out the colon coming down. Again, I would be using out my try and save, try and accept. Why we just always try preferring using our try and accept? Because this is, you could say, a safe side. That's the reason. Again, making out that user one which we had already made above, using out my browser, putting out dot. Now using out here find element by XPath. Now for what I just want to do, this try function, what I am just now putting out here, I am putting out the title. Okay. Whatever the username is there, we are going to select out the title for that username. Fine. So let's go. Okay, let's run this out. So I just need to comment this particular place. Fine. And even I just need to comment this out as well. Fine. Let's run it out. So yeah, it would be just executed, and let me just scan out that code here. Fine, that's got executed. So right, so yeah, it's getting right here, and I just want, okay, still till the point the function isn't called, so that would not, the things will not go automatically, so I just need to do that manually as well. Okay, so I'm just opening out this particular chart of the person to whom I just want to send out the message. Now what I'll be doing is that I would be again opening out this, going on to this name, clicking on the inspect function, not the contact info. Right, it isn't. Okay, fine, let that be. Yeah, it would take a little bit time to get executed, and let's select out this, and I just want this person's name to get out here, and click on copy and copy the XPath. Right, closing this out and not closing, I will just simply minimize that, because now I just do not want to do out this once, all these things again and again. Okay, I'm so sorry. Control Z. Here it goes. Fine. I'll be putting out that path here inside this particular bracket, whatever I have just copied it out from that place, right? So yeah, in that case, this is the one, right? So XPath has been copied out. See, instead of this XPath, if you just want to see out that, take out that span part as well. So in that case as well, you could use as it is written out your span. So that as well you could use. So let me now just this time take out that span, so that you as well get out to know about that thing as well. So span, then this, putting out at the rate sign, here goes the title, equal to, putting out the brackets like this, and after this I would be closing this right here and putting out the last bracket. Right, this is how we just route out. Fine. Dot format function comes here into the bracket, my username, so that's my name underscore user. That has been done. My function completed. After this, I would be simply writing out here that's user dot click. That's okay. After this comes my accept. So here goes the accept, exception as E. Putting out the colon, coming to the new line, and I could just simply write out here print. Okay, instead of this, I could just simply write out here. That's what's the variable that I had actually made above. I just forgot that out. Let me just quickly go above and check out that what's the variable which we had already made above. So right here it's that user underscore chat. Oh no, it's that the chat underscore new. Yeah, I could just simply write out here chat underscore new, and into the bracket I could just simply pass out here name underscore user and that underscore, that's right here, like this, right? But that's not getting it. So let me just simply write out a print statement only. Print, and I could just simply write out here print and E. And that will actually print me out my exception if any. Coming out of the try and accept functions, here comes the message box. Now there would be the coming out the link for my message box that we have. So here goes the box underscore message is equal to browser dot, and here comes the find element by XPath. Right now, I would again go on to that and let you know that how to get out the message box title from here. So yeah, select this out and come to this particular type. Fine. Copy this out, click on copy and copy the XPath. Minimize this out and copy it out here, and yes, that's okay. This is how we just execute and put out the things right here, okay? So yeah, this is done. Now coming to the new line, I would just simply write out here that, okay, that's not the browser, that's box underscore message dot send keys, and into the bracket I just want to send out a message. Hi Shambhavi here, and hi Shambhavi here using the WhatsApp bot. Right, this is actually what I just wanted to be sending out here, so that has been written. And at last I just want one single statement to get executed, and that's the message box. So box underscore message, which is equal to, and here I'll be using out that browser once again, browser dot, using out find element by XPath, and inside this as well I'll be putting out the element. So let me just go once again to this particular Chrome. Let me take it this side. So where's that button gone? Fine, let me just close this out for a while actually. Okay, not this one, I'm sorry, this one, right? And let's say I just wrote out something. Let's say I just wrote out A here, and now I just want out this button, right? So clicking on this, clicking on inspect, and selecting the part out from here, going on to this button, and this is the part in which the button things are written, this part. Okay, clicking out this, clicking on copy and copy the X part. It's time for closing this out, and I would click on leave. Pasting that out here, right? So that button has been done here for the button part, and I'll just remove out this span from here. Okay. And at last here, what I'll be doing is that I would be writing out that box underscore message dot, here use the close function, the bracket like this right here, coming down, and yes, and okay, just 1 second. So these things, let me just go back to the particular place, and here's my inside my function, coming it out right here. And now it's the time for calling out my function, which I have already defined above, right? So, okay. And no, at this class, at this place, I'll be closing out my browser. So what's the name for that particular browser? I would just simply write out that's browser dot close like this, and putting out the brackets, right? Actually, this is how we just write out the complete code for the execution of these particular things, right? This is how we just go ahead with this particular thing. So just one another thing right here, that instead of this close, actually I just need to write out the click function, because of that only it would be getting executed, right? Now let's click on run here, and let's see and try running it out, that how it's gonna be. And just quickly, yes, I need to scan this out. So click on and link out a device here, and clicking on this scan, right? That has been executed. Now, what it would do, it would take out a little bit of time to get executed out, because we had mentioned out some time limit, that is some time seconds, that was around 20 seconds. So yeah, that has been actually executed out. Now let me just once again, okay, let me just now, instead of this click, let me just write out here as okay, let's write out that click only, and at the time I could just set out here as time dot sleep. Okay, before this I could just set out one line, that is time dot sleep, and I could just give it as, let's say, 10 seconds, right? And as soon as this has again be executed, I could just write here time dot sleep, and let's say I could just give out here 20 seconds. So as a person could actually figure out that whether the, whatever the program you have written, whether that has written and what has replied or not, whatever the things are there, right? So yeah, that gets executed. It would take some time to send. See, previous one it has automatically sent out to this person. Again, it would take out some time right here to get out the things. and it will take a little time to get executed because whatever seconds we have mentioned, it will work according to that only. Right, so let's see that how much time it is gonna take out. See, now it has opened that person's name. Here the message is here that hi Shambhavi here using the WhatsApp bot. That has automatically been sent out, and now I am waiting out here to get it closed because I have set out a timer that was 10 seconds. So after that time has been over, this particular would get execute out. So as okay, let that get closed out. We'll be just not waiting out for that. Okay, it has been done actually. I just thought of I would not wait, but it had actually done that thing again. Let's try running it out the program once again. I just need to explain out one or two more things right here in this particular place, and just one or two more things. So clicking onto this particular and linking out my device, so that device has been linked. And yeah, now again I would explain you very clearly. Please see it out here. See, as soon as this person has been done, so it would be waiting it out, right? It would be waiting for some 20 seconds. After that 20 seconds, it wrote out this particular message for me. Hi Shambhavi here using the WhatsApp bot. It is not sending because again I have sent out then some time dot sleep. Again I guess it was 15 or 20. Now it had sent me. Now again after this, it would wait for 10 or 20 seconds, whatever I have just mentioned. Then it will automatically close that out, right? So this is how you could just create out this particular WhatsApp bot according to your choice. Now here I had sent it for one single person. You could just add multiple things here inside this list. You could add multiple persons and it will send for all those persons, right? Because my for loop is actually applied out here, right? So hope you just got out this idea very much carefully that how it is gonna be, right? So hope you enjoyed out this project as well and enjoyed out this course as well. So this is all for now. Till then, thank you and take care. Let's move forward with the very first topic. First of all, that what is PyTest? Okay. Now, I just want to guess a small thing here that you must have listened about the name of the PyTest. Either you are not aware of that what respective this particular thing is, or what's the use of this, some cases like that, but you must have heard about this PyTest. So PyTest, what it is, it's a testing framework which is used to perform out the different types of tests. Okay, now that different types of tests, as we know that whenever we are making out any application or whatever you are dealing with, whatever new you are making, so we just try to pass on some test cases onto that, so that whatever the application has been made by us, so before going into the market, that's completely bug free and that's completely available for the users to use that out, right? This is what we do. So how do we do out that test cases? So in that respective case, the PyTest is one of the frameworks which is used to perform out the different test cases, different types of tests for your application, whatever has been made out by you. Okay, so PyTest is a sort of testing framework which is used to do out the test. Okay, test means that test means you will be giving out some test cases regarding your application or regarding your software, whichever has been made out by you. And so why we just do that out? As I mentioned, we just do that out so that whatever the content you are giving or whatever the application you are launching in the market, that's completely bug free, and whatever the applications, whatever things you have added onto that, those are completely running absolutely fine. Okay, so this is the idea for performing up the test. Okay. Second, it allows you to easily write the test and perform them. Now, PyTest is one of the testing frameworks in which you could write out the test very easily. Okay, it's very convenient. It's very easy to write the test using this PyTest, and it's very as easy and convenient to perform those tests as well. Okay, so as I said that it is very easy to write the test. In that respective case, we could say that this PyTest is a very easy tool as well, right? Because if it is basically easy to write up the test and perform them, then in the PyTest, it is only a thing which you do with the PyTest library, right? You simply write up the test and you simply perform them out. So when both of these cases are actually covered up, so in that respective case, we could very easily say that PyTest is one of the libraries which allows you to easily write the test and perform them as well. Okay, so hope I'm very much clear with this respective thing. Next, we are having that for PyTest could actually be used for building a simple test in a very easy manner. Okay. Now, let's say you just want to build out a very simple test. So, in that respective case, with the help of the PyTest library, you could build up that simple test in a very easy manner actually. Yeah. So actually when I mentioned up above in the above point that it is easy to write the test and perform them. So in that case, it is a correlated sentence which I am right now speaking, that you could simply build up the scalable test in a very easy manner. Okay. And it is a tool which automatically finds the written test value and runs up the test. So whatever the test has been written out by you, so it automatically finds that out and it run out those respective tests. Okay. So PyTest is sort of tool which can automatically find out whatever the test case tests are actually written up by you, and it simply runs those tests as well. Fine. So this is completely what PyTest is actually used for. It's especially used for performing on the test cases and the test, and why it is actually preferred up. So because it is one of the tool which is very easy to test and perform the test, and the tests are very easy to write there, and it's having a very easy manner for writing up the test, and it can automatically as well find out the tests which are written by you, and it runs out that respective test as well. Fine. So hope I'm very much clear with all of these 4 points mentioned here regarding that what PyTest actually is. Now let's discuss out that what are the features of PyTest. So here we have some 4 features of PyTest which I have listed up here. Let's go through them each line by line. Okay. So first for PyTest includes useful plugins. Okay. So actually PyTest is one of our testing framework, one of our tool which as well includes out the useful plugins. So at the time of using them out, you could simply use those plugins regarding what are the function you have to perform using that. Okay. PyTest does not need any API to use. Okay. Now, in this respective tool, PyTest tool, or you call it as library, you call it as tool, you call it as framework, whatever you could call that out. So PyTest does not need out any API to use. Okay. So it's not the case that every time you need to insert up some sort of API, and after that only you could work with the rest of the things which are in the PyTest, or after that you could run up the test, or you could write the test. It's nothing like that in PyTest. Okay, it's a very simple and a very easy to use tool actually. So in that perspective, you as well do not need out any of the APIs here. Okay. Next, PyTest is used to run the unit and the doc test. Now, there are 2 types of tests. First one, unit test. Maybe you have heard about unit testing as well, right? So PyTest allows you to run out the unit test and the doc test. Okay, these are the 2 types of tests, two sort functions of tests which you have out here. So yes, PyTest actually allows you that yes, using the PyTest you could write up the respective code, and you could run up the unit test and the doc test as well. Okay. Next, PyTest can be written as a method or a function. Now, PyTest can be written, okay, let's say you want to perform out a test for any of the cases, right? So now in that case, what you could do, you could simply make up a method or you could make up a function. Okay, that's with the help of the PyTest only. So it's not that case that PyTest shall only be written using a function or only shall be written using a method or any specific thing like that. With a PyTest, you could write up the PyTest in a form of a method or in a form of a function as well. So whatever the type of work you are doing or whatever you are actually comfortable with, you could write the PyTest in according to that as well. Fine. So these are some features of PyTest which we are having up here. So let me go through them once again at this place. That first will PyTest includes out the useful plugins. Plugins you could call that as if I say in a very simple manner, so you could call the plugins as an extensions as well. Okay, so that's the idea. Then PyTest does not need any API to use, so you do not need out any API to use up the PyTest. It simply is a very simple tool actually. You have some installation process, you install that out, and after that you could simply go ahead and use out that respective PyTest to write up your code. Okay. You do not further need out any API or any special tool access to write up the PyTest and all those things, right? It's not at all needed in this respective case. So that's why actually it is one more thing said that's one of the easy tool. Okay, that's why in the previous slide that was what is PyTest, I mentioned up that it is very easy to write up the test and run in the PyTest 2, right? That was only the reason in which I mentioned up this statement, that why was it very easy to run and write up the test. This is only the reason for that respective thing, okay? That it doesn't need out any API. Next, Python is used to run the unit and a doc test that I already mentioned up, that there are two types of tests. First one is the unit test and second one is a doc test. So PyTest is used for running out both of those tests. And last but not the least, PyTest can be written as a method or a function. So PyTest is one of the tool, a framework, whatever you say out. So in the PyTest, you could declare a method or you could declare a function as well. No queries or no issues in that case. Okay. So hope I am very much clear. Now we'll be discussing about the advantages of PyTest. What are the advantages? So the advantages of PyTest are listed here. Let's go through them each line by line. Okay. So the very first advantage of PyTest is that it is free and open source. Yes, that's the first and the foremost very important advantage, I would say actually, that it's free and open source. It means that it doesn't ask you regarding any of the money, anything regarding that for the installation actually. Okay, simply you have a very simple command. Simply write out that respective command and you get out your PyTest installed for your device, and then you could go ahead with and perform your test or whatever that you just want to could go ahead with that. Okay, so it is free and open source as well. Open source means that it has its official library as well, official website as well. So you could just go and there you have a huge documentation regarding the PyTest. So you could go and you could go through those documentations and learn about the PyTest as well. Okay, so it is free and open source. Next, you have that it allows you to run multiple tests in parallel. Okay, it allows you to run up the multiple tests in parallel. Let's say you want to run one or two tests at one single time. Okay, now it's not possible for you to run up two single tests at one single place and at one single code. It's not possible for you to run both of those tests, right? So this PyTest is a framework. It's a tool, or you call it as a library, which allows you to run multiple tests in parallel. Okay, it means that you could run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 n number of tests at a single time. Okay, whatever the number of tests at single time you want to run, you could run all of them at one single go. Okay, so this is one more very important feature which you have up here into the PyTest library. Next, it allows you to run an entire subset of the suite of tools. Okay, if you remember about the suite of tools, we have learned about the Selenium at some sort of time. So Selenium has some suite of tools. It has 4 suite of tools which we have out in the Selenium. So it's WebDriver, it's RC, it's IDE. So we have like these suite of tools here onto the Selenium. So in that way only it is saying that you could run an entire subset of the suite of tools. So this PyTest is one of the library which allows you to run out those sort of tools as well. So you could as well use up and run out the entire subset of those sort of tools. Okay, so hope I'm clear with that. Next we are having, it is having a very simple syntax, thus easy to learn. So the syntax which you have in the PyTest for writing up the test, so that's super easy and very simple syntax actually. So when we are having out a simple syntax, so obviously it is very much easy to learn that perspective for us, right? So it is having out a very simple syntax and that is easy to learn. Further we'll be seeing up some examples as well. Next, it allows you to skip a subset while the execution. Now let's say you have written out some test and you just want to skip out a subset at that respective case. Okay, so if you just want to skip out some sort of code in between or some sort of subset in between, so yes, while the execution is going on, you could skip out that respective subset as well. Okay, so in that as well, it's not gonna result you out any sort of error or anything like that if you're skipping out a subset. Fine. So in that perspective only, it is said that it allows you to skip out a subset while the execution of that respective test. Fine. So these are the advantages of PyTest. Now we'll be understanding that how we will be able to install the PyTest. Okay. So in Python programming language, this PyTest will belong to the Python only. So in the Python programming language, for installing out any of the libraries, we have out a very simple syntax, and that is only used while the installation of any of the library. Okay. So and the syntax which we have in Python, you write out pip, you write out install, and after that you write out the respective library name which you want to install out. Now in our case, what we are having, our library name is actually PyTest. So into that case, I could simply write pip, then I could write install, then I could write PyTest. But where to write out this respective command? So again here I would let you know that you have no restrictions in writing up this respective command, that where to not write, where not to write. See, if you are using up any of the IDE, so if that IDE is already having some integrated terminal onto that, so you could use that out. Let's say in my case I will be using the PyCharm. So PyCharm already has its own terminal. Okay. So in that respective case, you could write on that command into that respective terminal. You could simply write pip install PyTest. Now let's say you are having in some sort of IDE which does not have its terminal for the installation. So you could open up the command prompt, and in the command prompt you could write up this command, that is pip install PyTest. Okay. So hope I'm very much clear about the installation of the PyTest, that for installing any of the library in Python, we have a very simple syntax which is mostly used while the installation of the library. So that syntax is pip install, further your library name. So the syntax for the installation of that respective for the PyTest is pip install, and my library name is PyTest. So it completely becomes a pip install PyTest. So I'll be as well showing you up the installation of this respective PyTest when we move on to the PyCharm IDE. The very first topic here, and that's the identifying the test files and the functions. Okay. So let's move ahead and check that out. So now we are going to understand about the identifying the test files and the functions. So let's see that what do we have here in this respective one. Okay. Now let's say you want to run out a test file. Okay, I just put up a scenario, I just put up a case in front of you that you want to run out a test file, but you haven't mentioned up the name of the file. But in that respective case, you want to run out a test file and you haven't mentioned up the name of a file. In that case, what's going to happen? In that case, PyTest will automatically run the file. Okay, PyTest already has out a format of itself, so it will automatically run out the files of that respective format which are written with the test, and in front of that anything is written, or either with that written with the asterisk test. So if you have out any file of this sort, or you have the files of this respective form, so in that case PyTest will automatically run the files of all of those formats, okay, which you have stored in your directories or the subdirectories. It will quickly run all of those files which are of the format test or asterisk or asterisk test if you haven't mentioned up the name of your file which you want to run up. Okay. So what it does, it takes those files, test files actually automatically. Okay, we have a specific format for making the test file, right? So whenever you follow that respective format, so it will automatically take up that format to be as a test file format, and it will run that accordingly. Right? This is how this actually works out. Okay. Now, next thing is that it will as well require up a name of test function to start with the test. Now, let's say you start out with the test. Okay, so in that case, it will require up a name of a test function as well to start with the test. So for start performing of the test and all those cases, it will require up a name of a test function which has to be declared or which has to be used. Fine. Now, next is that, let's say, and if a function is of any other format except the test asterisk, then it does not consider them as test functions. That I as well mentioned up previously as well. I would repeat once again that if you are having up a file and that respective file doesn't have up a format of test asterisk or asterisk test, okay, so in that case it never considers them as a test functions. No matter what you have written inside that file, no matter what sort of test you have written there, but if it is not of the test asterisk or asterisk test format, so it is not gonna consider that into the format of the test function, right? So hope I am clear here that regarding the identifying of the test files and the functions. So here if I go up once again, So let's say you want to run up a test file and you have not mentioned that what is the name of that respective test file which you want to run out. So in that case, what PyTest is gonna do, PyTest is automatically gonna take up the files which are of the format test asterisk or asterisk test, which are stored in your directories or the subdirectories, and it is gonna take up that respective format and it will run up all the files of that asterisk format, asterisk test or test asterisk format automatically. Right, this is what it is gonna do up here. Next is it will as well require up a test function to start off with that test. So for starting off with the test, it as well requires up a name of a test function. And if a function is of any other format other than the test asterisk test, then it does not at all considers that as a test function. Right? So hope I am very much clear with this identifying test files and functions to you, that how do we identify the test files and the functions. So now we'll be starting up with our very basic test implementation. Okay. So now I'll be telling you that how we can write up a very basic and a very simple test. Okay. Let's move forward. So we have certain very easy steps that are completely followed, that are completely used whenever we move forward for writing out our test. Okay, so here we have out a very basic test implementation. So let's follow the steps to write up the basic test. So the very first step is that you have to create up a directory. Okay, so the creation of the directory is the very important thing, important part which you have to place. Okay. Then inside that respective directory which has been created up by you, create up a test file. Okay, so that for the test file, I already told you that how do we make that? We make that in the format of test asterisk or asterisk test format, right? So into that respective case, you could put up the file name according to, okay, let me tell you. Asterisk means that after the word that is test, you could add anything according to your requirement. Let's say I put up my test file name as test underscore A or test underscore 1 or test 1 or test 2. File's name could be like this. It's not the case that you have to put up the file name as test asterisk. Okay, it's not that respective case. Either you put test in the starting or you put test at the last. It doesn't matter out. Simply what matters is that test shall be written either in the starting or at the end of your file name. Then only it is going to treat your file as a test file. Let's say I made up my test file as test underscore 1. Okay, test underscore demo. So yes, that is my test file. Okay, so make sure that you write up the correct things. So inside that respective directory which was created by us in the first step, so inside that directory, now create up the test file according to the respective name, whatever you want to keep. And after that, add the code into the test file. Now after that, whatever the code you want to add, whatever the functions you want to write, whatever the program you want to write inside the test file, write that out. Okay, so this is a very simple step. This is how actually we write up a very basic test. Okay, so let's go on to the PyCharm and then I would show you the implementation for the same. Now let's do out a very quick implementation and let's do out the hands-on that how do we write up a very basic test, right? So here I am onto the PyCharm IDE, and onto this respective IDE only, we will be writing up that respective test. Now, it's not compulsory to have the PyCharm only. Whatever the IDE you are comfortable with, you could simply use up that respective IDE. Okay. So, hope I am very much clear with this. So thank you, everyone. Now, how do we need to proceed up here? Start first of all, you need to go on to this respective, just click on respective folder. Do the right click there, okay? Click on new and click on this Python file. Now put up your respective Python file name, whatever you want to put up. Now remember I told you two conditions in regards of that. The very first condition was you need to put up the test in the starting or test at the last, right? Either in the starting or at the last. But it was compulsory for you to put up the word that is test, remember? So in that case, what do? Either write out test underscore dash 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 or you write dash 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 underscore test. Both of those would work out. Right, so I have already made up a test file for me, but I would do out one single thing. I could write up a new file here that, let's say, test underscore 2.py. Okay, it would be test underscore 2 only. Okay, great. And hit enter, the Python file will made up for you. Right here, I have my Python file, which I'll be writing up my test so as to run up the things. Okay, so what I would do, I would put up the basic implementation of the test as well. Secondly, I would as well put up here only that file execution, that how you do you execute up the respective file. Okay. For the first, I'm going to import up the module, that's the math module, because I'll be using some sort of things of math. So I'll be using up import math. Now, I'm making up my first function. Now, in making up the first function as well, you have a thing that you need to mention up test in the starting. Write up test underscore or test, simply test, and in front of that, you write up any name. That would work. But if you are making up a test case here, so make sure to have the test make sure to have the test in the prefix only. I would write, let's say, test underscore 1. That would work for me. I put up the colon and get. Okay. Now I'll be, let's say, having n, and let's say I put up a number that's 4. Now I'll be using up here my function, that's assert function. Now what is that used for? Simply when we write up a Python code, onto that what we use? We use up simply the if-else condition. Right? Let's say I want to check up that if this number is equal to that, or if it is greater than or equal to that, the things like that, right? So in that case, we use up this assert function. In the same manner, here in the PyTest, you use up this assert. So it is a sort of condition. Okay, whatever the condition you're gonna put after this assert function, if that condition is true, then it will show that one of your test case have been passed, and if that condition is false, so in that case it will show that this respective test case has been failed. Okay, so hope I am clear with that. So first I'll be putting math dot square root, in the bracket we have n, okay, and that is equal to 5. Fine, and the colons are not to be put up. As we used up the print statements before, the same way we use up this assert function. Okay, next test goes as test underscore 2. Okay, getting down. So sorry, here will be 2. Fine. So if the square root of 4 is equal to 2, so in that case, if this condition is true, so this respective test will show as pass. Okay. Getting down here, I'll be putting up other condition. My other condition is assert. And let's say if I put up 6 multiplication 6 is equal to 35. Okay, my second test case which I wanted to put up at that place. So again, the assert is the same function. If your condition is true, so in that case, it will show you that the test case has been passed. Otherwise, your test case will be failed. Now here, this assert is a sort of a function which we have it in the Python only. Okay, so no addition things are to be used up here in this respective case. I'll be putting up my third condition as well, def test underscore, and here goes 3. I put up the bracket and get down here. Here as well goes assert. Let's say my third condition I want to check up, that is 21 equal to 12. Okay, my third condition. Now we know that this respective condition will be true, right? This is the true thing, this is the correct thing, right? This will not be true, this will be a fail, this will not be passed, it will be a fail, because 6 multiplied by 6 is not 35, it's 36, right? Here as well, 21 is not equal to 12, so in that case, this test will as well be a failed test, okay? So, hope I am clear with this respective thing, all of the 3 cases which are told. Now, before running up this respective test, I have one thing to show you, that what if I remove up this test from every of the functions? What if I remove up this test? Okay, that you as well shall be knowing that what if I remove the test from every other function, then what it is going to give you, right? So how do we run this out? For running, I have this terminal already attached onto my PyCharm. So I would open up this terminal and write up here PyTest. So this is the command which you use for running up a prospective test. Now see what it is showing. It is showing collected 0 items and it didn't show anything. Simply it exited out from here. Why? You already made up a test file. Here test underscore 1 was written. That was absolutely okay. That is the correct sort of thing. But again, why it is showing you no collected items? Because you haven't added the test in the starting while making up the function. That is the reason I was saying you to make sure to put up this test in the starting. Now this underscore is not necessary to be put up. Okay, either you put underscore or you do not put. Both of that are the correct cases. See, here I didn't put and here I had put are both the cases. So it will run at both of them as well. Okay, so here goes my terminal. Okay, and I could simply mention up here as PyTest and hit out enter. Okay, now so just have out a look that I just got out some sort of result, some sort of output here. Now let's understand out that what do we get here as an output. So I would go up from here. See, previously what it was showing 0 items collected, but now it showed us 3 items collected. Now this green dot which you are seeing in the starting, it means that one test has been passed. And these 2F which you are seeing, it means that 2 tests has been failed. So 1 pass and 2 fail. Okay. Now here it shows that test 2. Test 2 is a function which is showing you the assertion error. Now, what is this assertion error? So see, whenever you put up the assert function and that condition and that respective test has been failed, so it will always generate you up a assertion error. Okay, make sure to remember once again, whenever you are writing up a test, in that you use up the assert function and that condition has been failed, it means your test has been failed. So it is going to raise you up the assertion error. Okay, that is why for the test2 function, let's see what was the function. So this was my test2 function, right? So here we are getting that 6 multiplication 6 we had written up. So that is my test case has been failed up here. Fine, so red line is showing up the failed up. Okay, then my test3 has again failed up. So in this, assert 21 is equal to 12. This is as well one of my failed cases because it is not true. So in that case, again, I am getting up the assertion error. So see, at the last as well, it is showing you up a very short summary of your test info. That test underscore 1.py in this test underscore 1.py file, test2 has been failed and this was a condition which you had put on. This has been failed. Then again in the test underscore 1.py file, your test underscore 3 has been failed and this is the respective condition which you had put up here. And at last it is showing you that 2 of your cases have been failed and 1 of your case has been passed. Right? So hope I am very much clear with this respective case which I have told you at this place that how to do this out. Now I would be closing this up here. Now let's put up, okay, what I would do, I would comment up all of these 3 cases right here. And I would get down and write up a new conditions here. Okay, so def it is, let's say test underscore 1, put up the colon, get down here, and my first condition, let's say it's assert 21 is equal to 21. Okay, now I'll put up the correct test cases. Let's say it's test underscore 2 and here put up the bracket colon, get down, and my second condition goes, let's say it's let that be 3 multiplied by 3 is equal to 9. Okay, so these are the 2 cases which I had put up. Now I would again try running up this sort of file for me. So again I would simply mention up here PyTest and hit up enter. Now let's see that what are we going to get up here as an answer. See what it showed? It showed that 2 items have been collected. It showed 2 green dots. It means both of your files, both of your cases have been passed. And see what is showing? It is showing 2 pass in this much number of seconds. Right? So now I'm going to close this out. Right? So hope I am pretty much clear in this case that how do you write up a very basic test. And moving forward with that, how do you simply execute the file. Now here we have executed one single file, right? This was one file only. Now let's say you want to execute, let's say I make up a new test file as well. I would do it here. And second file I am having test underscore 2.py. Okay, I would hit enter. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do Control plus Z. So what it will do, whatever I have written up here, will remove everything. Okay, now everything has been uncommented in my file number 1. In my file number 2, I would quickly write up some sort of thing because I want to show you that how to run multiple files and how to run single file. So here I would go with def. It's my function name is test underscore first. Let's say my function. Okay, put up a colon, get down. So here goes assert. Let's say I would be putting up 12 plus 12 is equal to 24. Okay. And here goes my second function def. Into that I have test underscore second. Okay, put up the colon and let's say here my second condition goes as, okay, that would be, let's say 14 minus 2 is equal to 10. Okay, that's double equal to, actually it's not single equal to, it's double equal to, okay. So 14 minus 2 is equal to 10. Right? Let's say these two are the cases. Now what I would do, I would go on and click on the terminal. Fine. Now I have two files, test1 and test2. I would simply write up here as PyTest. Okay. See, what it does, it actually ran up both of those test files for me. What it collected in total 5 items. In the test underscore 1.py file, 1 was the case which has been passed and 2 have been failed. Let me zoom in so that you could see whatever I was trying to show you right here. See now right here. Green dot means that 1 has been passed. FF means that 2 have been failed. In the test underscore 2 file, 1 has been passed and 1 has been failed. So in total, you were having 5 items, right? Now, let's get down here. Now just have to look at what it is showing you. It is showing you that for the test 2, this was the test 2 which you have mentioned and it has been failed. And it shows you the assertion error. The reason for that I already told up, right? Getting down in test underscore 3, this was the one which has been failed up. Okay? Test second and test second. Fine. And this is the one which is in the test second which has been failed up. So what is a short summary? So short summary here you have up that in both of those, here goes your summary info that in the test underscore 1.py file, test 2 has been failed up. In test underscore 1.py file, test underscore 3 has been failed. And in test underscore 2.py, test underscore second has been failed. So in total, 3 have been failed and 2 have been passed out. Right? Now, this is the complete overview. Now, it automatically ran both of these test cases for me. It automatically ran both of these test files for me. Now, let's say I want to run up a specific one. In that case, I would write here, I would write PyTest, my file name which I want to run. Let's say that test underscore 2.py, okay? And dash B and hit out enter. Now, what it is going to do is that, see, it simply ran up only one file for you and which is test underscore 2, test underscore 2. In this test underscore first is passed and test underscore second has been failed. So here you have one failed test and one passed test, right? So hope I am very much clear with this respective thing that first of all, how do you write up a very basic test? Second is how do you run up a single file? And the third is that how do you run up multiple test files as well? Okay. Now let's understand about the ways to run the subset of the test suite. Okay. So we have some different ways. Let's study about them, right? So the subset of the test suites. Test suites, I already told you that we have a 4 set of test suites that I already mentioned up. The IDE, RC, two more we are having, right? Now, let's say you have many test files and in every file you have many tests as well, right? So let's say you have many test files for you and in each and every file you have written many tests, okay? Now, let's say you want to run out a specific set of tests only. Let's say you have many files. In that files, okay, in one single file, you have written many tests. And now you have out a case that you want to run out a specific set of tests in that respective. Okay. So now what are the ways that used here for running up the subset of the test suites? So there are two different ways which are followed out. Okay. The first one is deciding on the basis of markers applied, select the group to run the test. Now, we have markers here which are actually applied out. That markers are some sort of, you could say, a hint right here because further we are going to discuss about that in detail. Okay. So there are markers which are actually applied out. So you could run in one way that whatever the markers you have applied, according to that, you could select up the groups and you could run the test. Okay. So this is the one way which you could go ahead with deciding onto the basis of the markers. Whatever the markers you have put up, according to that, you could select up the groups and run out the test. Okay. Moving second, we have the deciding onto the basis of test names of substring match. Select the groups to run the test. Second way is that you could decide on the basis of the test names of the substring match. Okay, for the substring match, you could decide onto the basis of the test names, and according to that only you could run up the test. Okay, you could select the group to run up the test in that respective case. Okay, so These are the two different ways which are used to run up the subset of the test suite. Okay. First, I told that based upon the markers, you could apply that and select the groups to run up the test. And second is that onto the basis of the test names of the substring match, you could select up the groups to run that different tests, whatever you actually just wanted. So in PyTest, you have these cases as well, that let's say you have many test files and in every file you have written so many tests. So in that respective case, you could simply use this out. You could simply put up the things here and you could run them accordingly and get up your desired output or run up your desired test cases, whatever you actually wanted out. Right, so the two ways I already told you in that respective case. Now let's understand about the grouping of the test, right? So we have some sort of command for this as well, but before that we have some pointers to be kept in mind. Let's understand that out. So the functions which are made with the help of the PyTest allows you to put the different markers onto that. Okay. Now this is one of the important cases which actually have to be followed up, that the functions which are made up with the help of the PyTest. Okay. So those respective functions allow you to put up the different markers onto that. Okay. So if you have out a function which is made up with the help of a PyTest, okay, then only you could put up the different markers onto that respective function. Okay. Next is that for setting up the features or attributes to the test, we use up the markers. So now, wow, what is the use of the markers? Why are they used? Because since last one more slide, we are just using and checking about the markers and markers. So what are these used for? So for setting up the features or attributes to the test. Okay. Whenever you want to set up the features to the attributes or to the test, so in that respective case, in that respective manner, actually, we use up the markers. Right, so those are used for setting up the features or the attributes to the test. Next is that parameterize, skip, etc. are some types of inbuilt markers which we have in the Py. So in the PyTest, you have many inbuilt markers as well. So one or two examples are already mentioned up here. Let's say parameterize or skip. So these are the type of inbuilt markers which you have up in the PyTest. There is some, not many, but yeah, there are some inbuilt markers which you are having in the PyTest and which you could use for setting up the features or attributes onto the test. So for running of the markers, what's the command which we use out? The command which we use out is PyTest. In front of that, we write up -m. Then we put up the angular brackets and inside that you mention up marker underscore name. So inside that angular brackets, you write up your marker name, whatever you are actually having up. You write up your marker name, okay? And then after that, you have -b. So that -b is as well one of the commands only which you have to use out. So the main thing here which is a little different is that inside the angular brackets, you need to write up the marker name. And then as well, after the PyTest, you need to add -m as well. The -b doesn't work out. Okay, so make sure that you do that. So for grouping up the test, first of all, the functions which are made with the help of PyTest only, that allows you to put the different markers onto that. Okay. Now, okay, let's say you are allowed now to put up the markers. Now, when you why just you use up that markers? So that markers are used up for setting up the features or the attributes to the test. Okay, so to the test, we use up the markers which are to be set up. Then you have the parameterize, skip, etc. are some type of inbuilt markers which we have up in the PyTest. So yes, there are inbuilt markers in the PyTest as well, such as parameterize and this. Okay, and for running up the markers, you have out a command here, which is PyTest -m angular bar brackets marker underscore name, and you have dash. Right, so these are some points regarding the grouping the test. Now let's see that basically how do we put up the markers, right? Hope you remember I told you about the markers as well. That these are one more sort of things which we have out here in a PyTest. So let's check out that how do we put up the markers, okay? Now, but before that, I have one thing for you. See, what I have done. Let's say I have these two files with me, okay? Test_1 and test_2. Now, let's say what if I have a function name that's common. Let's say I have a word that's common in both of the files. Then what is going to happen now? Let's say here I'm having test underscore first. What if I just as well change and make this as test underscore first? Okay. Now what is going to happen? If I go onto my terminal at this respective place, so I'm going to write up a command that PyTest dash k. And what was my word? My word was first, right? I just put that up and do dash v and hit out enter. So both of the functions which I was having in both of the different files, test underscore one and test underscore two. So both of those functions have been taken up here, right? My test one, test underscore first in test underscore one dot py file is as well passed, and in a test underscore two dot py file, test underscore first is as well passed. Both of those functions are passed actually here, right? So now just have a look at what it is showing me. It is showing me collected three items. Three were deselected and two were selected. Two selected means that those two functions which we are talking about here, those were having the word which is first into their function names. So both of them were selected, and the functions which were not having the word which is first into their function names, that were deselected. Okay, so here I am getting that both of them have been passed, so two passed cases and three deselected. Right, so this is what happens that whenever you are having up a function name and that function is actually some sort of thing. Okay, now I would make that again the one which we have used previously. Fine. Great. So hope you remember out this command now. Okay, now let's learn about putting up the markers. That how do we put up the different markers into our test. So let's say now here I need to import up that pipe. Whenever you're putting up the markers, it's compulsory for you to do that. Okay. Let's say I make up a function def test underscore a. Okay, I put up the bracket, put up the colon, get down here. I use up my assert, and let's say my thing which I want to use is 2 multiplied by 7 is equal to 14. Okay, now how to make up the markers? So wherever you have declared up your test, just above that one, put up a @ sign. In front of that, write up here as PyTest. Here goes your function which is mark. Now put up the respective marker which you want to make up. Let's say my marker I want to make up here is completely, let's say let it be A. Fine. So I just put up that respective marker which I wanted to make. And yes, this has been made up a marker by me. This is how you make it up. Let's say this is my second function, def test underscore B. Put up the bracket and put up the colon. Here we have the assert function. And into that, let's say I put up some sort of condition. Let's say I put up the 32 minus 0 is equal to 21. Okay, let's say this is my condition. Again, above that, what I would do, I would make up a marker. So PyTest dot mark dot, let's say this is B. Okay, getting down, let's say I put up one more third function here, def, and let's say now I am having test underscore C. Okay, put up the bracket, put up the colon, and get down. Here you have the assert function. Let's say I put up 21 is equal to 21. Okay, and this is as well done up. Now I would make up the marker for this. @ PyTest dot mark. Okay, that dot mark dot C. Okay, so my third marker again has been made up. So this is how you make up the markers. Let's say this is one of the things which has been made up here. Secondly, into the test file 2, here I would make up some markers. Let me make up some changes into this one only. I would write up here import PyTest. Okay, let me make up the marker here. Let's say that's @ PyTest dot mark dot, and let's say I put up the same name, that's A. Okay, let that be. If I do not put up A, I would put up it some sort of 1. Okay, here as let's say I give up the same name, that's PyTest dot mark dot 1. See, whenever you are making up the markers, it's not compulsory for you that each and every time you need to give up different name of mark. It's not compulsory actually. Okay, it totally depends upon your choice that what sort of markers you want to give up here and what sort of things you want to use up. Okay, so let's say here I import up one more, that's the math as well. So import math, and here I am going to put up def, and let's say that's test underscore third. Into the bracket, I put up the colon, get down. Here I have the assert function. Okay, So here let's say I just put up the square root of some sort of, so it's math dot, let's say it's a square root of 12, okay, is equal to, I put up 2, okay. And for this as well, I could make up a marker. So I could put up at the rate, here goes PyTest dot mark dot c. Fine. That has been made up by me. Now, for both of the cases, for both of these test files, test 1 and this test 2, we had made up the markers for both of them, right? Now, how to run this out and what's actually the thing that I was wanting to tell you. First one, I would write simply the PyTest. Okay, well, let's see that what it results us. So see, it is basically the same, only it is delivering you many sort of things, okay? Assertion error and, okay, in the test underscore 1, it is showing that the 1 passed, this 2 is passed, and the middle one is failed. Okay, so in total 2 passed, 1 failed. And this test underscore 2, it is showing is that 1 passed and 2 failed. Okay, total 6 items. Okay, I'm going to close this out and I'm going to put up the terminal here. I would put up the command. Let's say that PyTest dash m. Now, for what marker you want to search? Let's say I want to search for the marker that's C. Okay, and put up dash B. So whatever the marker you want to search up here, you could simply put up that respective marker here at the respective place. Now have out a look. Let me just down this out. In the test underscore 1, we would having the marker C for the test underscore C. So it is showing that here for the test underscore C. Okay, this test underscore C, it is in the test underscore 1 and that is passed. So it means it is showing that 21 is equal to 21, correct? If I go on to test number 2, and for here, if I check out this number, that's C. If I check out this respective C, the marker has been made a bias. So into that, now my file name is test underscore 2, right? So I just put up that test underscore 2 right here. Now, what was my test name? My test name was test underscore 3rd. So that has been quickly entered by me at this place. That's completely okay. And it is showing failed. So it means that this respective test has been failed. So at last, what it is showing me? It is showing me that failed test underscore 2.py assert this is equal to this. And 1 failed, 1 passed, 4 deselected, and warnings we are having. That's completely okay. You could get up that all sort of things. So no issues in that respective case. But here it is showing that 1 failed and 1 passed. That's absolutely true, right? 1 failed is and 1 is passed. Right, so this is how you do. Let's see if I give you a one more. Okay, here we had made 1. Okay, fine, this would work. A, B, C. Let's give it a one more try right here. So I would put up here again PyTest dash M. My marker name is, let's say, 1. Okay, and here we have dash B and hit out it. For this as well, it will give me 1 fail, 1 pass. So let's go above and check that out. So for the test underscore 2 file, my first was 12 plus 12 is equal to 24. That's completely okay. And second was 14 minus 2 is equal to 10. So first one is passed and this test underscore second is failed. And that's absolutely true. Right? Now let's get down here and here we have a summary that in this respective case, this is the failed case and 1 is failed and 1 is passed. 4 deselected. Okay. So hope you got up the idea regarding that how do you completely make up different markers here respect to different types of functions whichever you are having. So markers could be made for all of the functions, all the test cases which have been defined by you, and those respective test cases you could make up the markers, right? After making up the markers, you could simply give the same marker names or you could give up the different marker names as well, right? So and what's the use of the marker that I have already told you in the PPTs which we have discussed regarding the markers, regarding everything which we have discussed now. Okay. So in that case, I did already mention up that was the use of the respective markers right here at this right place. Now let's discuss about the fixtures in the PyTest. That what are the fixtures in the PyTest and how we just use those out. Great. So here we have the fixtures in the PyTest. So what are the fixtures first of all? So the functions which you run before the test functions on which they are applied is called the fixture. Okay, so the functions which you run before test functions on which those are applied is called up the fixture. Fine. So hope I'm clear with this. That what are the functions for the fixtures? So we have some functions which actually run before the test function. Right, before the test functions, there are some functions which we apply out. And those applied out functions run before the test functions. So those are called as fixtures. Right, now, what are these used for? So whenever you want to store up some data to the test. Okay, so whenever you want to store up some data to the test, so in that case, the fixtures are used. Fine. Now, what's the syntax for marking up a function? Marking up a fixture actually, for making up a fixture. So in that you have @PyTest dot fixture. Now, in the last one, when you just one second, let me take you to that. When you learned about the marker as. So for marking up as well, you have the same command which is somewhat @ and after that you have the marker. Okay, this is what command is completely used up at that respective place. Fine. So for the fixtures in the PyTest, the functions which run before the test functions onto which those are applied. So there are some sort of functions which are run before the test functions. So that are called as the fixtures, and these are used for storing the data to the test. So the syntax which goes here for marking up a function is @PyTest dot fixture. It's very simple, right? @PyTest dot fixture. Now let's quickly check out regarding the how do we add up the fixtures in our test. So here I would be making up now a new file. So my new file is test underscore let's say that 3. Okay, and hit enter. My next test file has been made up for me right here at the right place. Let's get started. First of all, I'm going to import up the PyTest. Now, please listen to me one thing very carefully right here. That after you have written up the very basic test, a very basic PyTest in which you are neither using fixtures nor the markers, anything, the things like that you are not using in this test. So in that relevant case, you do not need to mention up the PyTest. You do not need to import. But in the cases when you are using up the fixtures, when you are using up the markers, so in all of those respective cases, it's compulsory for you to import up the PyTest module. Otherwise, it's gonna give you different sort of errors. Okay, so make sure you do out this respective thing. I would make up a function here def take underscore value. Okay. Now after we studied about the fixtures, what are the fixtures? The fixtures are basically run before your test cases. These are type of functions which run before your test case. Right, so in that same case, we're going to put up here, let's say the value for I am having as 20. Okay, and here I am having here as return a very simple program I have written. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make up a fixture here. How do we do that? We write up here PyTest, and here goes my fixture fixture. This is how you make up a fixture. Now, whenever you are going to run out this respective program, so whatever the functions, whatever test cases, you're going to write out after this function. So those test cases will run after. First of all, this fixture will run out for you. After that, those test cases will be running. Okay. Let's say my test cases def test underscore check. Okay, check underscore 1. Okay, and I put up the bracket like this, get down. Okay, so let's put up a case that assert so I multiplied by 2 is equal to 4. Okay, let's say this is my respective case which we have put on. Now, here one thing to mention up here, actually I just wrote that to show you. One thing to mention that if you want to put up this value that is I. So in that case, you have to mention up the respective function name which you are using up here. Okay, assert underscore value multiplied by 2 is equal to 4. Now let's say I want to make up our next one as well. So it's test underscore check underscore 2. Okay, I put up a bracket right here. I get down here for the assert function. One second, let me get down. Assert. Then we have take underscore value minus 10 is equal to 11. Okay. Now, first of all, I would just explain you a little bit right here. Then I would move forward with any of the rest of the thing. Okay. See, first of all, importing PyTest was very important for me. Actually, that's the reason I already mentioned up with you that why was it important. Because right here at this right place, I wanted to mention up this PyTest because I am using up the fixtures. So if you are writing up a very simple test, it means if you're writing a very simple test without any fixtures, without anything right here, then you do not use the PyTest. But if you are using any of the things, any add-on for writing up your test, so in that case, it's very, very, very important for you to use up this PyTest library. So import that out. Next, fixtures for the function which run before your test gets executed, right? Fixtures for a sort of function which will run before your test gets executed. So first of all, this respective function is going to run out. This take underscore value function will run. After that, your test will actually work out. Okay, so this is how it's going to proceed up. So here I just mentioned up a value for I and simply returned I right here. Okay, then I declared a function test check one. Now please see, take underscore value I mentioned because this was not a test case which has to be tested. That is the reason I didn't mention up test in the starting. But now these are my test cases which are to be tested and are to be judged upon the pass or fail. So now in that relevant case, it was very important for me to write up this test in the starting. Otherwise, it will not consider these as a test case. I would again repeat, I'm repeating from the starting of the hands-on that make sure whenever you are writing up a function, so you use up the test in the starting. Okay, please make sure. Fine. So yes, that's done. This test underscore check underscore 2 is done and this is all sorted. Let's quickly open up the terminal right here. Okay, now after terminal, let's check out that how do we write up that thing, respective thing. So now what we'll be doing is that we will be mentioning up that respective value, that respective, I would say, word which we have used up common in both of the functions. So we have used the common words which is check. Right, so I would write up that only in some sort of condition. So it is PyTest dash k and we have the word which is check dash and hit out enter. Okay, so great, here we are having up test underscore 3, test underscore 3. In both of these, what it is showing that okay, unsupported operand. So it has 2 failed cases and 1. Okay, it is how come this 1 second. Let's go above and check it out. So 20 multiplication. Okay, 1 second. Let me minimize this for a while. So take underscore value I is equal to 20, return I. That's completely okay. Test check 1, take value 2. Assert take value minus 10 multiply 2 is equal to 40 is equal to check 1, check 2. Oh, I guess that's completely correct. I do not found out any sort of issue right here. Let me go above very quickly. Let me open up the same terminal. Let's see that what it is coming actually here. Okay. Right here. Let me just check it out about that. What is the sort of okay, it is showing that unsupported operand, that's multiplication. Let me go above. Okay, 8 items failed field. 1 second, let me check it out right here. And what if I put up this percent sign like this? And what if I put up like this? Then let's see what's gonna happen. I would open up the terminal. I would write up the same command, PyTest. After that, we're having dash k. Other than that, I was having check dash b and hit out enter. Right? Let's see what's happening. So yeah, 2 failed, that's completely okay, but it is not supporting up the operand. But I don't know why it's not supporting up that respective operand, because percent and all of these sort of things are to be actually taken up. PyTest has been imported up by us. After that, we are taken up the value. Input we have taken, return we have done. We have made up the function test by the name which is test. Oh, I am so sorry, I didn't input it up the values here. I didn't input it up the values, so it will show you the error. Great, so here we have to put up that respective variable, that respective function name, okay, in which we are taking up the value, that take underscore value. Okay, right here I have to put take underscore value. It was important, and now I would put up my respective sign. I would put up my respective sign as I needed it out. Let's go on to the terminal and write it, check it out, try, and it is, let's say, PyTest. After that, we have dash key. We have the word that's check and we have the word that's sweet. Hit out enter. Now let's see that what's gonna happen. So I guess now it's working. Great, it's working. So see what it showed us. So right here it showed me that okay, for the 1 it is passed. So for the check underscore 1 it is passed. So for this one, so 20 multiplication 2 is equal to 40. Yes, absolutely, that has been passed out. And for the check underscore 2, it has been failed out. So here test underscore check underscore 2. So yes, 20 minus 10 is not 11, it's 10. So yes, that has been filled up, right? So one field, one pass is deselected. Okay, now I'm going to close this out right at this place. Great. So we had, I would comment this everything. Fine. Now let's once again run out because it was previously showing up the things that were actually to be shown up. So PyTest dash T, here goes check, CHVCK check, and dash V. Hit out enter. It will be very much clear. So see right here that it has collected two items. From the test underscore 3.py file, it has collected this test check 1 that has been passed and this test check 2 has been failed. So what was here? See, it has taken the value as 20, as I already told you that it will automatically take up that. So first of all, the fixture will run. After running of that respective fixture, your respective test cases will run. So test check 2 has been done and its value has been taken and everything has been sorted, and at last you're getting up the assertion error because the test has been failed. And one failed, one pass test you are getting up, right? Now let's learn about the parameterizing the test, right? We already learned about many of the topics into the previous. Now let's go ahead and learn about this respective topic, that what's the meaning of rate this here. Okay. Now, how to put up some sort of parameters or some sort of things like that. Okay. Let's understand about that perspective. So, when we want to run up a particular test, okay. Now, let's say you want to give multiple inputs to that respective test. Okay, multiple inputs you understand, right? That let's say you are having up a form and you just put up a test, and in that regards, you have many inputs to put up there. Like let's say you have 3 to 4 inputs that can be like written up at that respective place. So in that respective case, you use up the parameterizing of the test. Now, from the term that parameterizing, hope you understand about this a little bit, because we always and we study in Python that whenever we are having up a function, so into that respective function, we pass up some sort of parameter, right? So this parameterizing, like this word is especially related to that perspective only. Okay, so make sure to remember this in a way that parameterizing of the test means that whenever you want to run up the test for multiple input, in that respective case, you use up the parameterizing of the test. Great, hope I am very much clear with this. Now, marker is made for parameterizing the test. Okay, into some sort of minutes before only, we started about the markers. Right, that how do we set up the markers onto a test. So how are those markers actually made up? Okay, well, what's the use? Okay, so the marker is used for parameterizing the test. So in the case, whenever you want to set up or give up some multiple inputs, okay, in that respective place, in that respective manner, a marker is made. Okay, so hope now you could relate this from the previous one, where that's the marker, you could relate it right here, that what's the use of those respective things are these places. Great, now what's the syntax that we use out? That's again very super easy to use up the syntax. It's @PyTest dot mark dot parameterize. Okay, so you put up @PyTest dot mark dot parameterize, and it absolutely works wonderfully for you. Great, so hope I am very much clear with this parameterizing of the test, that how you do up the parameterizing and why do you actually use that out, right? And what's the syntax for doing up that respective thing. Now let's see that how do we parameterize up the test. I would make up a new test file here, Python file, and here goes my test underscore 4. Okay, hit out enter. Fine, so here I'm going to parameterize up the test. So first of all, I'm going to import up the PyTest. Okay, now how do we make up the parameterize of the test? We put up @sign in the very start. Okay, after that, what you do, you write up here PyTest mark. And here you put up the function that parameterize. Okay, parameterize into the bracket. Now, for now, we would just keep up this bracket blank. We would add that afterwards. Okay, I want to declare up a function that's def. Def, and my function name is test underscore mun. Okay, so we are going to do out some multiplication sort of thing. So here goes my two parameters in comma. Fine, my two parameters are, put up the colon, and here I'm having up a assert function. Okay, assert. I'm going to put up n multiplication n is equal to 5. Okay, and what are the n values which I am having? So that I will be setting up inside the parameterize. Okay, So first of all, I need to declare the parameter that's n. Second, again, I need to declare the one that's final. Now, after that, putting up a comma, I'll be making up a list. Inside a list, I'll be declaring different tuples. Into those tuples, I'm going to put up the value for n and the value for final. Let's say it's 5, 50. Again, my second tuple goes 6, 60. Okay, and let's say my third tuple goes 7, 21. Okay, let's say these are my 3 tuples which I had made up here with different sort of value. Okay, now how it is actually gonna work, how it is actually gonna take place is that first one, my parameterized function has been declared. I have 2 parameters n and final. So here it finds about n and final, and here is my function that I had made up. That is my test case, right? My condition which I have applied 10 multiplication n. What's the value for n? The value for n we are having a 50. So 10 multiplication 50 is equal to what's the value for final? That's 50. So yes, this condition is true. So one of your test cases will be passed. Same goes for 6, 60. So 10 multiplication 6 is equal to 60 in the final. Okay. Same goes for your third condition. 7, 21. So 10 multiplication 7 is equal to 70. But here we have 21. So your 2 test cases will be passed and one of your test case will be failed. Let's try that out. 1 second, this doesn't need to be in the different brackets. So, okay, do not put different inverted commas. Keep that and single inverted comma only. Because this is n and this is fine. Go on to the terminal right here. Write a PyTest -k. You have mul and here we have -v. Hit up the enter here. Great. Let's go ahead check that out. So see what it did. It collected 3 items. So you're having in total 3, 5, 50, 6, 60 and 7, 21. Right? Let's get down. Here you have the failures. So test underscore mul, and for this test case it has been failed, which is 7 minus 21. For this it has failed. Okay? So n value was 7, final value was 21. So here you have PyTest or parameterized function. And this has been failed up. Here, this respective test has been failed up, right? So at last you got up the assertion error because you used up the assert function. So whenever an assert function fails up, you get out the assertion error. So at last, what is my short summary? My short summary info is the failed test that is in the file test underscore 4.py. My function which has been failed is test underscore mul. Assert is this condition which you had put up. So in total, you have 1 failed case and you have 2 passed cases. So, hope I am pretty much clear with this respective thing. That's how it works. Now, let's see if I put up this as well correct. If I put it up 70. If I again go on to my terminal, write up here PyTest -k. Here you have mul and you have -v and hit up enter. Now it is going to show up all 3 cases have been passed. Because 5 multiplication 10 is 50, 6 multiplication 10 is 60 and 7 multiplication 10 is 70. So all the 3 test cases have been actually passed up here. Right? So hope you are pretty much clear with this respective thing about the parameterized function as well. Stopping the test suits after the end test phase. Now, when you want to stop up the test suits after the end test phase. Now let's say you have some sort of value, some sort of number. So as soon as that number of tests fails, what you want to stop up those tests too. Okay, so now we are going to understand about that respective thing. So we have out a function that max fail. I would repeat that again. It's max, max and fail fail. So this is one function which helps you to stop up the test suits after the end test fail. Okay. This max fail is a function which helps you to stop up that respective thing, which is a function first of all which is used to stop up the test suits after the end test fail. Let's say what you want to start. Let's say as soon as the 3 tests fail. Okay, let's say I just put up a very simple case here that let's say whenever the 3 test cases fail, after that you want to stop up that test too. Okay, so in that case this max fail actually. The max fail is a function which allows you to do so. Max fail means that after this maximum number of fails, I want to stop running up my test suite. Okay. So the syntax for the same we have PyTest. You could put up a small dash. Okay, it's double dash actually. PyTest double dash, then you have respective function which I told you, that's the marks fail function, and is equal to inside the angular brackets you're gonna put up your respective number for which you want to stop after this respective number of test fails. You want to stop up your test too. Okay, so for that you have the num which is a parameter and you need to put up this value according to your. So here we have that num refers to the number of test fails after you want to stop the test. That only I told you that in respective num, that num is a respective parameter or respective variable into which you are going to put up some value, that after this value of test fails, just stop up my test suite at that respective place. Next, we're having a topic that is running the test in parallel. Okay, that I told you in the very starting about the PyTest only, that PyTest allows you to run up the test in parallel, right? But how does that allow? Let's see that out. Now, we have some more information regarding the PyTest only. First of all, that it is one of the tools that runs up the sequential order, that is by default. By default, PyTest runs up the test in a sequential order. It means that whatever the sequence of the functions are made, let's say on the very first one, I have put up the function that is 1. Down that, I just put up the function that is 2. Down the 2, I put up the function that is 3. So it will run up the things in a sequential manner only. First of all, the 1 will run, then the 2 will be running, after that the 3 will be running. So it will run in that such way. Okay. So this is what is called as a sequential order. Okay. So this is the by default one for the Python. Now, so let's say you have the test suite. Okay. And that test suite contains n number of test files. You put up n number of test files. You have 50, you have 100, you have 200, whatever you are having, you put up those test files there. Okay. Now, in each test file, there are lots of tests as well which are put up, which you perform. You write up that lots and lots of tests as well inside that. Now, if you are having up a test suite contains many test files, and those each test file contains a lot of tests into that. A huge execution time is needed, right? There's a long procedure and even a very huge execution time is needed. So what happens? So to avoid that respective huge execution time, you have an option in PyTest, and that respective allows you to run up the test in the parallel. Okay. By default, PyTest runs up the test in sequential order, but you have an option for running up the test in the parallel in the PyTest as well, right? So this is why actually there is a need for running up the test in the parallel. Okay, this is the need for doing this action, fine? Now what's the command for installing up the same thing is that write a pip, then install your go PyTest, put up a dash, and in front of that write xtest. Okay, this is the command which is used for installing up the requirement for running up the test in the parallel. Fine. So hope I am very much clear with this respective thing as well, that how are we going to proceed on with this particular thing, right? Great. Moving forward, I have a summary of all the topics which we have studied till now. Let's go back very quickly and understand about all the summary of all the topics which we have studied till now. First of all, he studied about identifying the test files and functions. So in that case, we have taken up some sort of case that, let's say you want to run up a test file, okay? But you did not mention that what test file you want to run. So in that case, whatever the files will be into your directory, which will be having up the name of test in the starting or in the last, so that respective files will be automatically run by the PyTest. Okay. So in whatever the file you have kept up the name as test, either in the starting or at the last, so PyTest automatically understands those files as the PyTest files and it automatically run those out. Right? So hope I am clear with this respective thing in regards of for the identifying of the test files and the function. Okay. Now, moving forward, you have that it as well requires a name of a test function to start with the test. So as I told you that wherever it finds that test is written in the suffix, means in the starting or at the last, so it will treat them as a test file, right? And if a function is of any other format except the test asterisk, then it does not consider them as a test function. Okay, so now let's try up here the next topic here that we're having, that's the max fail function, right? You remember I told you that we have out a function here that after this much number of maximum failures, just stop running up my test suite at that respective case. It was stop running up the test suite at n number of test fails, right? Let's quickly do out the practical for that as well. So I would comment this out. Let's do it right here in this file only. Okay? No need to make up a new file or the sort of things like that. So first of all, I'm going to import up the PyTest module. Okay, import up the PyTest. And what I would do, I would import a math as well. Let's use that out a little bit. Otherwise, we are writing up some sort of very easy program. So let's use up some different things as well. So I used up this math here. Okay, I would make up my function def. And it would be, now let's say def my test name is add. Okay, add underscore fail. And into the bracket, I put it like this, put up the colon, get down. Fine. Let's see if I declare up an n value. Let's say that's 20. Okay. I use up my assert function here. The n plus n is equal to 4. My first condition. Okay. I could use it up like this. Def, let's see now I find up the square root. So test underscore that SR, let's say. Okay. SR underscore fail. Put up the bracket. Get down. Now I would find up the square root, let's say for that is 9. So here goes up my condition that assert and my square root, that's math dot square root n is equal to, okay, I put up the wrong value. Let's get down and add up our third case here, def. Let's say that test underscore m underscore fail. That's the multiplication sort of thing actually, okay? So here I could simply write up assert 6 multiplication 5 is equal to 31. Okay, let's say I had put up this sort of number of cases here in this particular one. I have 3 test cases. I have one for the PyTest, second for the math. So here we have test add fail, it's test SR fail, and it's test underscore m underscore fail. Right, we have all of these things. Now, what was the max fail function used for? It was whatever the number you put in front of max fail function. So as soon as that number of test cases have been, it will not move forward with that and it will stop up at that respective place only. Let me show you how. Let's see if I put up the terminal here. I open up and write up the command that's PyTest. What's my file name? My file name is test underscore 4.py, my file name. Okay. Right here. Then we have dash v. We have double dash here, and that's max fail function. And let's put a 1. It means that in my test underscore 4.py file, as soon as I get up the maximum failure 1, if I get out one failed case, in that case, stop executing up my program. See what it did. Let me go up at the respective place and let me show you how. See what it did, it collected up the 3 items from my file, but ran only 2. Why? Because my maximum condition was that as soon as my max fail value was 1. So it means as soon as one test case has been failed, stop executing up my file at that respective case only. So one of my test case failed at this respective point, which is test underscore sr.fail. This was my wrong condition. So as soon as it find that okay, one maximum value was 1 and one test case has been failed. So now I would not move forward with this respective thing. So it had not taken up this respective test case here. So see, it showed that the test underscore fail and sr underscore fail. Only 2 it is showing. And for test underscore sr dot fail, it is showing that this one is the one which has been failed up. You got up the assertion error and one failed, one passed. Okay. And see what it showed. It showed stopping after 1 failures. Stopping after 1. Now, let's say I run up this once again. Okay, now let's say I wrote up here as PyTest. My file name was test underscore 4.py dash p double dash max fail, and if here I put up the value 2. Now, when it will get up the maximum failures as 2, it will stop up at that respective place. Now how about a look that my first case was passed, but that was add field. Second is failed SR field, and third one, that is M underscore field, that has again been filled up. So these are my failures. My failure is test underscore SR dot fail, and this is my another failure, test underscore M underscore fail. And see what it is showing. It is showing that it is stopped after 2 failures. So 2 are failed and 1 is passed. Right? So I hope you got up the idea regarding the max fail function as well. That how do you use up this max fail function, and what's the idea? How do you put this up right here, and how do you get up these respective things at this respective place? Right? So hope I am pretty much clear with all of these things to you, that how do we do up the hands-on for all of the topics which we have studied under the PyTest module. Right now, I'll be taking you to the next topic here, that is writing out the test using the Selenium. Right now, I'll be discussing about writing out the test using the Selenium. So here in this particular topic, we'll be only discussing the module that we'll be using. And in the next module, we'll be seeing the practical for, first of all of these locators, and even we'll be seeing out the practical for writing out the test as well using the Selenium. Right, so let's go ahead with this particular thing. Yeah, here comes the module which we use, and that is PyTest. Okay, what is it used for actually? So, PyTest is a framework which you use out for the unit testing. Okay, whenever you are just gonna go out and do out the whenever you just want to do out the unit testing, so in that case we use out this framework, that is PyTest. Okay, whatever the projects are there, these are all hosted on GitHub. It is an open source library. PyTest, yes, it is actually an open source library. Right, so yeah, you can just use that anywhere. You can just use that at any case, right? And you are able to write out simpler as well as complex tests. So you want to write out simple tests, then also this PyTest framework allows you to do that. And if you just want to write out some complex tests, so in that case as well, this PyTest is the framework that allows you to do out the same things. Right, so it is a framework used for the unit testing. The projects are hosted on GitHub. It is an open source library, and you are able to write out simple as well as complex tests based upon your choice. Right, now this is one of the libraries in Python that does not comes by default install. It means it is one of the libraries which you need to install manually onto your devices. So there's a command which we use that out. But first of all, understand this particular thing, that this PyTest is a library which does not come default install. You need to install that using out the pip command. Now, pip is one of the commands in Python which we use to install out any particular thing, which we just use to install out any particular library, whatsoever is needed out. So we write out pip. After that, we write out the command that is install, and in front of that, we just write out that particular library or package or whatsoever name you just want to install. Right, whatever the installments we do, all of those are done. Or if you are using any IDE, so it is done on that. Or if you're just using out the shell, so in that case it can be done onto the command prompt. That's totally depends on you, whatever you are comfortable with. But the command which is actually here, that absolutely remains out the same, which is pip install PyTest. Right, so PyTest, what is it used for? It is used for doing the unit testing. So this is a framework which is used for doing out the unit testing. The projects which are here, these projects are hosted on GitHub. It is an open source library, and you are able to write the simple as well as the complex test. Whatever you just want to do the test, you can just write out that particular test here, right? And this is a library which you need to install manually, so it doesn't comes by default installed. So in that case, you use out the pip command.
So as you have come to the end of the video, In this complete course of software testing, we saw all the aspects of software testing. That is, what a software testing is, what is a manual testing, what is automation testing, then also, what is a STLC process, like software testing lifecycle process. Then we saw the different types of testing, like white box testing, and what are the different techniques under white box. Also, we saw like condition coverage, code coverage, right? Branch coverage testing, data flow testing. So all these we saw different types. Then black box testing techniques, we saw the different black box testing techniques. Also was we started in in detail, like decision table testing, state transition testing. So all that was discussed. Then we saw the functional testing types. And what is functional testing? That is your unit testing, system testing, and integration testing and system testing, right? Then we saw the non-functional testing types, that is like performance testing, load testing, and then maybe the stress testing. So all these we saw. Then some other very commonly used testing techniques also we saw, like the sanity testing, agile testing, and so on, right? Sanity testing, agile testing, acceptance testing, regression testing. So all this was discussed here. Then also I told you what are the different automation tools which you can use at different levels of testing process. And all those tools were open source also, I told. So this all we discussed in this video. And lastly, we also discussed about how we can perform testing using Selenium, which is a Java based tool, and also how we can perform testing using PyTest, which is a Python based tool. Right. So I hope you understood in detail what a software testing is and how the complete software testing process is followed.
If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoyed this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions, and I will respond to your comments.